What in the hell? What is it doing?
Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decade, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name. Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your Jesus, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your Jesus, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat, talking about buildings and music on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance, and you come here and give our legacy a while throwing shade on the guard. Benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your Jesus, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your Jesus, make it just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying. Me.
Talking we ain't nothing. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that vibe. This is our day, this is our ride. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi?
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. We don't hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study dope, vampires. It's the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Know the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim. It's a cold game, throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. Point made. No edit. No edit. No care. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Sorry we're running late. Lady Che was doing my hair.
Let's see.
Thank y'all for tuning in. Another episode of the Frontline Black News. Greetings, Michael.
Yeah, I like your hair. It looks cool.
Thank you. Lady Che did it. On this season 6, episode 35, Betray 5, part 3, part Trey of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. we didn't get to in part 2, and that is immigrants say FBA's legacy is theirs now. Hell to the no. Black beauty supply owner says other groups gang up to sabotage us out of the hair industry. I couldn't believe that. Then we got the soul classics they banned from the radio. 1970s civil rights history, Black empowerment era. Then Africa never won a World Cup, and it's on purpose. Then we got crime report, last Friday's crime report from Professor Blacc Truth. Racist uses Black kids for target practice. Deadly floods return to Texas. New warning systems put to test. New York City flash floods, cars stranded, subways flooded in Queens, New York. The first state, New York is the first state to say no to AI data centers. Men arrested after setting fire outside NYC's ICE building. The U.S. has a major power outage every month in 2026. He ran off with $250,000. Gruesome Newsom can't keep getting away with this. How a Black team exposed the NBA's racist secret. Is the FBI running a COINTELPRO operation against FBA delineation? Yes. And if we have time, Unhoused neighbor news, illegal migrant news, and local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado, getting the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we're going to have tomorrow, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count them, 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please make sure y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please make sure y'all join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we got backup. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora, like I was streaming city council earlier. The community events, the Black community events in both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. And Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub up to that. I think you need 3 more subscribers, and you'll be able to go live on that channel, Lady Che. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub up to that as well. She should be dropping the RBA sometime this week, so make sure y'all check that out. And then check out her previous episodes as well. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that too, so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. I think he needs 6 more subscribers. He'll be able to start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our cousin or Lokester off the Bay Area, Kukizi, who came up with, not Kukizi, our cousin or Lokester off the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel too. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, who used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News. And he came up with the FBA Culture Report, so make sure y'all check him out. Kukizi 5100 on YouTube. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Breeze Omega Breeze on YouTube. And he was just live. I think he's still live. He'll probably be joining us when he's done. And that's our brother from originally from Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. And he came up with several things, but the first thing is make sure to just check out our brother Church, because he be dropping heavy knowledge on his channel, and the link to his channel is in the description. Sorry, I lost my whole train of thought. Then we got Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus, and he put Lisa Cabrera on, and he came out with the We Fought Back series along with several other series. So make sure y'all check him out. Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. That's our brother out the DMV. And then we got honorable mentions: Afro Elite, Black Alpha Network, Lisa Cabrera, Jason Black, Tariq Nasheed, Vicky Dillard, Professor Black Truth, and anybody else that's part of New Black Media. Make sure y'all sub to their channel, Uncle Phil. And last turn not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, coming up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And I just played the ad for our brother Black Truth United, so make sure y'all check him out. Black Truth United on YouTube, and the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the threat database is also in the description, and the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And then Brother Church came up with the Freedmen Reparations Party merch. So the website link is in the description. Make sure y'all get that Freedmen Reparation Parties merch. The getting's good. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. And the link to that petition is in the description. So make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. So please make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got Sister Brooke out of New York, out of Brooklyn, BK to be exact. And the link to her backup channel is in the description. And the link to her beauty care, hair care products, even melanin, is also in the description. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that Nabisco chapter, Bussy chapter builder, Dalton Etherly. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already, or donate to that GoFundMe if you haven't already, rather. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background, I'm a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8, historically Black district up until recently. And we need to reclaim that. So make sure y'all support me for Colorado State House of Representatives. The link to my website is in the description. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances are made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, the only racism that exists on this planet, in this realm, and in this time, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by the late, great Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced Justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., produced Justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. Once again, it's the only racism that exists in this time, in this realm, and on this planet. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of like 2 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. And the link to the ISIS papers, the colors, the keys to the code is in the description. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, greetings, Michael, our Asian ally. How are you doing?
Doing great, Jesse. You know, as I was talking to Lady Tay while she was doing here about my interactions with Phil Weiser, several staffers, we had to go through three of them yesterday to get the answers I was looking for. And originally they asked me to volunteer. I said, nope, not interested in volunteering for Phil Weiser's campaign when they didn't put reparations on his website. And yeah, it was very interesting. It was a lot of, back and forth, arguments with his staffers, let alone cussing. I mean, let alone that I was cussing at the staffer.
Yeah. But rightfully so, to get cussed at. If you're not going to acknowledge that's owed to freedmen, then why should you get our vote?
Exactly. Amen. Amen to that. Right. And especially as an individual ally, advocating among Lady Tse, you and several FBAs in Colorado. And when Phil Weiser staffers could not even answer basic question, or they dilute it to say, yeah, Phil Weiser supports reparations for Black people. In my mind, it's like, that's way too general, too diluted. It's not going to be lineage. And I had to emphasize lineage at least 3-4 times with her staffers. And
they don't understand that. They're still on race-based policy.
Policies, right? Exactly. And then his staff, who happened to be a Muslim, try to dilute it and say, "Hey, my sister was a victim of racial discrimination. She was spared that." And I was trying to push back at the end. Unfortunately, his staffer just cut my conversation short because he knew it was getting very intense.
Right.
What I was, yeah.
Finish your thought, and I get to the first topic.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure. In other words, so I was glad I took that opportunity to take that call from his staffers, finally get the answers looking for. But I know that definitely is not the answers that you and Leche were not expecting.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Right.
Yeah.
We was gonna be here. We knew that the job was gonna be like this when we took it.
So, the job's gonna be dangerous when we took it.
It was gonna be like this, yeah. So we knew that it wasn't gonna be overnight. We knew that we were gonna have to fight our way, like with everything.
Right.
So we know that it's not an easy task, but it's also not one that they can just continue to shove off to the side. So, and in reality, I'm sorry, baby. In reality, we have to keep on their helmet, or else they'll continue to just keep shoving it off to the corner.
Right.
Pass whatever they want to pass, and just make it an inclusive thing instead of a lineage-based thing, and will dilute the whole process. And that's not what we're here for. We're here to do a job to make it easier for, foundational Black American Democrats, freedmen, to get what they need so they can move forward.
Right.
Because they need it. Everybody got a representative, except for us.
Right.
Right.
So yeah, go ahead.
All right. So these damn immigrants is trying to destiny swap with us. Immigrants say FBA legacy is theirs now. Hell to the no. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. If you're not subscribed to Professor Black Truth, I don't know what the hell y'all doing. He's been around for over a decade, 15 years now? Remember 20 years? He's slacking if you're not subscribed to him. He gonna give us an update on this.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Talk about is nothing sacred. First, Kamala Harris decided she was going to jump on the Edmund Pettus Bridge March and the FBA history behind it in order to talk about Palestinians and to make them the focus of that day. And now we've got Somalians, Hispanics, and others who did the exact same thing this year. Back in May of this year, you had the commemoration of Bloody Sunday, marking the march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, you know, the one that resulted in white supremacist police, as if there's any other kind, who assaulted the demonstrators. Now remember, after that incident, the civil rights activists made it a point to not just complete that march, but to repeat it every single year on that day. Now, that is something that I can actually support and get behind, because I like the idea of taking this event and rubbing those white supremacist faces in it every single year. The white supremacists need to be humiliated and demoralized on a regular basis. And that's what reenacting the Edmund Pettus Bridge March does. It humiliates them. I can get behind that. Unfortunately, the demonstrators also allowed the Democrats to participate in this, even though you had a number of Democrats who were supporting segregation and all the rest of it hard as hell back in the day. And the event has hence been bastardized into nothing more than a cheap photo op for the DNC and a chance for the Democrats to promote and magnify the importance of literally every non-Black constituency imaginable and to make the day all about them, even though that march had nothing to do with these other groups. The people who marched on the Edmund Pettus Bridge and were violently assaulted for doing so, they were doing it for the rights and empowerment of Black Americans. You ain't gotta like to hear that, but that's a fact. They weren't out there for everybody under the sun. They weren't out there for immigration. They weren't out there for LGBT anything. They weren't out there for abortion, the Democrats' pet issues. And yet, the Democrats today, they make it a point that every time that they're allowed to participate in this commemoration march, the first thing they do is to talk about everybody else. They make it all about everyone except for Black people. And this is no accident. There's been a political agenda and plan by the Democrats in place that they were going to be subverting and ultimately replacing foundational Black Americans with some other constituency. That hasn't panned out because their attempts to appeal to the right of center white voters hasn't exactly worked. And their attempts to try to cobble together some Frankenstein monster of a constituency from all these other groups hasn't panned out either. But they've made it clear that's what they want to do. And it's ultimately about trying to make sure that our demands are drowned out and they hope eliminated. And that's why there's been this ongoing effort to hijack the milestones of foundational Black American protests and to graft every other group and interest on top of it. The video you've been watching was posted by a Somalian tether named Jamal Osman. He's a member of the Minneapolis City Council, and not surprisingly, he's done less than nothing for foundational Black Americans. But here he is trying to hijack our history and our legacy to try to get some of the heat off of himself and his friends running those scam so-called daycare centers in Minneapolis. This is all about him trying to protect and promote his own interest at the expense of ours. And he has the nerve to claim that this is honoring the civil rights legacy. This man was born in Somalia. His folks weren't even here until a few years ago. He's trying to graft himself onto a movement that his people, by the way, would spit on and have done so for generations here. Immigrants carrying the legacy of the civil rights movement. You had these immigrant groups like these Hispanic organizations who were not at all supporting the civil rights movement. They were still trying to get white America to give them their status as white. That's what they were doing. And as for Black immigrants, they made it a point to say that racism doesn't exist. Remember that? They were the main ones who said that because they got a job or they got some government benefits program, that proved that America's not racist. That's what the African and Caribbean immigrants were doing. That's what people like this Osman's folks were doing. Morons like Myron Gaines said that they leapfrogged over us in one generation. Not true, but that's the way that they choose to tell the story. So to them, they're showing that that's the proof, as they see it, that Black deprivation is simply Black America's fault. What they're really doing is they're auditioning the Somalians weren't the only ones out there, though. They had Latino immigrants and others out there with them. Now, even though this political usurpation of our history happened in March, a couple of months later, you had Alexandria Horseface Cortez, who decided she would go to Montgomery, Alabama, and try to see if there was any momentum she could get for herself.
I'm so grateful to be here in this moment and in this fight alongside each and every one of you, shoulder to shoulder, as we fight to continue the legacy and expand upon that.
And I'm sure that you notice that they keep using that word legacy over and over again. They keep using the word legacy. They're not even trying to hide what this is about. This is a hijacking. This heifer who was smiling and showing all of her horse teeth when she said that having African ancestry didn't make her black.
I am the descendant of African slaves. I am a descendant of indigenous peoples. I'm a descendant of Spanish colonizers. I am a descendant of all sorts of folks. That doesn't mean I'm black. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean I'm, native.
Now you notice that? She made sure to point out that just because she has African ancestry, that doesn't mean I'm black. And she made sure to point out that she's not native either, whatever that means. But you notice that she wouldn't say, I'm not Spanish. Oh, she suddenly forgot about that. Oh, she's got some Spanish ancestry, but that doesn't make me Spanish, doesn't make me white. No, she wasn't about to say that. This heifer didn't even mention black people during any of her campaigns. When she was running for office, as far as she was concerned, black people? What black people are there in New York? She wouldn't even mention black people. She was unabashedly only for Hispanic interests, full stop. And when somebody asked her about reparations, she said, well, only if Latinos get some of it. This is the creep who was trying to low-key swing on the coattails of Bloody Sunday. She figured if she showed up a couple of months later on, she could have the benefits of trying to basically swing on the coattails of our history, while at the same time saying, oh, no, I wasn't trying to exploit it. This is the idiot who was doing it. And that's one of the things that gets me about all this. All of these immigrant politicians who white power put in office, to the point that the Congressional Black Caucus is now majority immigrants. And these immigrants, they used to brag about the Ilhan Omars and the Jamal Osmans and others and point to them and say, see, we have our people in positions of power. We don't just complain like you black Americans do. We got our people in positions of power. Yeah, see, we've got power. We're showing our power. And now the white supremacy is coming down on them. Where are their immigrant politicians at? Where's all of these people in positions of power at? They're helpless. That's where they are. All of this immigrant power vanished in a single instant. See, white supremacy showed its power. And these immigrant politicians, having only practiced how to get along with white supremacy and to repeat all of white supremacy's lines and to practice being divisive against us and bragging and boasting about themselves, now they're in a fight and they don't know what to do. And that's because they've never had to. They've always had us doing all the heavy lifting. That's what we did. We showed what we brought to the table, and now we're leaving it for them to show what they've got, and it looks like they're empty-handed. And so what used to be a hallowed event has been turned into nothing more than a political whorehouse. They talk about legacy, but people like this Osman character and those back of them, they don't know what that is. And exactly whose legacy are they claiming to be carrying forward? Because I, for one, can't think of any Somalians who were involved with Bloody Sunday back in the 60s or in the decades since. You know what these guys are doing? It reminds me of someone who goes to a car dealership. They're looking at the vehicles there, and then some guy walks up to them wearing a shirt and tie with an insincere smile. They say, nice car, isn't it? Now, this guy then goes on to talk to the customer about interest rates, payment terms, maintenance agreements. The customer gives this guy their money only to find out this guy is not a car salesman. In fact, he doesn't even work at the dealership. In fact, not only does he not work at the dealership, he actually works at a rival car dealership across town who sells the kind of cars that you don't even want to drive. What these guys are doing is the ethno-political equivalent of that. This is what we've been saying, that people who just showed up yesterday would be trying to claim that they are somehow the inheritors of our page in history and the legitimacy that goes along with it, because that's what this is really about. They wouldn't be doing it for our benefit. They'd be doing it to accommodate the larger project of trying to silence us by putting these tethers in front of the cameras who would claim that racism is over and reparations aren't needed, And they march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge just for a photo op. So they'll say, see, I marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Why, there's even video of it. And because of that, I am appointing myself to have the legitimacy that these FBAs claim to have. I am just taking their political and historical legitimacy for myself. And now I'm going to advocate for all these things that these guys weren't advocating for. That's what this is actually about. Putting tethers in front of the cameras, and then they can legitimately co-opt our moral legitimacy because that's what this is meant to achieve. Well, what I say is, if they want to have some sort of protest or demonstration, they need to go ahead and have their own march. See if anyone will recognize that as being important. They're trying to hijack our legacy when they need to be building their own, because these are the same people who reminded Black Americans every day that we shouldn't be trying to claim any connection to Africa because we're not Africans. Why, Black Americans don't even know where in Africa their ancestors were abducted from. Remember that? They made it crystal clear that if we called ourselves imitating any aspect of Africa, be it African dress, African dance, or African music, why, that was illegitimate. And yet, here they are, here, imitating us, singing our songs, literally doing reenactments of our historical events, and literally laying claim to our legacy. And speaking of people desperately looking for a legacy, Yusuf Jackson, one of Messy Jesse's kids, was following in his father's footsteps, trying to get a photo op, so he was engaged in that stunt too.
Keep hope alive! Keep hope alive! Somebody! Somebody! Somebody!
I am a somebody. I don't rightly know who the hell I am, but I am somebody.
This is what these do-nothing bootlicks are all about. Black people have dumped them, so they're trying to reinvent themselves as spokespeople for abortion, illegal immigration, Somalians, everyone except us, because we dumped them. That's the reason why they love to use that phrase civil rights so much. Yeah, because it has nothing to do with Black rights. As Dr. Claude Anderson said, who the hell is civil? There's no such thing as civil rights. We're talking about Black rights. All of this is blasphemous. This is a perversion and desecration of our history. And you have white Democrats who are the ringleaders of this circus. These are the people, the exact same people who have told us for generations that they're not Black Americans, and we don't have a culture of struggle and protest then. For generations, they've said that they were told to stay away from us, and that's why they did it. But now they're trying to convince people that they are us. I don't get it. Whatever happened to Black Americans don't have any culture? Whatever happened to they can't identify with Black Americans because their experience was just so different from ours? Whatever happened to racism doesn't exist because I got a job with the city, or we work harder than you Black Americans. We have a culture of resistance and protest. One one's tried to copy, and you got these guys literally cosplaying as us. They're saying that they are us, that they are appointing themselves the inheritors of our legacy. People who up until this year were trashing us every chance they got. The only support they have are from corrupt and crumbling boule bootlicks, scumbag opportunists, and some civil rights retreads. That's not much of a political coalition, and that's the reason why they don't have any traction. So no, neither the Edmund Pettus Bridge commemoration nor any other historical act and accomplishment of the FBA lineage should ever be infringed upon. Our struggle and the heroism that undergirded it is being hijacked by people who have called us every name in the book, who threw every insult they could at us and smiled while they were doing it. People who always made sure to tell us that we didn't have a culture and that they stay away from us because they're better than us, we're beneath them. Black Americans are discriminated against by the very people who called themselves invoking our history for their own ends on that bridge. The same Somalians out there are also the same ones who, when they go to the politicians in Minnesota or anywhere else and ask for something, they do it for their group alone. They never mention us. They only talk about themselves. And yet times like this, here they are trying to do the whole, well, you see, it's about everyone. It's about everyone you see. What these guys did wasn't a demonstration. It was a display, and a foul one. And we're calling bogus on it. If somebody wants to go ahead and call themselves doing a demonstration, they can do it on their own merits. They can do it for the sake of their own lineage, because we have absolutely no stake in any of this stuff that's going on. And they're not going to be calling themselves invoking our history to cloak their own agenda. And if that stance just so happens to make someone feel some kind of way, instead of taking a march, I would recommend that they take a hike. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Ginger Vine, James Green, Suleiman Alaji, Dia Williams, and Pamela Hyman. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Right on, Professor.
Yep, the professor makes a great point, especially when AOC said, or she said, identify as African slaves. Okay, but then AOC contradicted that. She said that she's not black. I'm like, AOC, pick one, and then
Black.
Right, and then Professor Truth said that okay, AOC did not want to mention about her Hispanic heritage or ethnic identity, and just pretty much pandering, to FBA voters, especially on the Pettis Bridge. If I remember correctly, the Pettis Bridge in Georgia, right?
No, Alabama.
I mean, sorry, Alabama, right? And we know AOC is just pretty much pandering and diluting because she knows that FBAs or I mean FBA's majority. I mean, pretty much majority knows that FBA's, almost 90% of the time vote for Democrats. So she feels like she has to be like Kamala Harris and sing "Kumbaya," oh Lord, blah blah blah. I mean, I'm not good with the songs, but you get the
all
point.
tides, rising tides, and all that
Right.
nonsense. Remember, Kamala Harris said this thing. I'm not gonna do nothing specifically for black people now.
Right, and then adding insult to injury, then AOC, I'm trying to remember what I was saying. Oh, and then AOC says that I want the FBA's rhythms, but she doesn't want the FBA's blues.
Yep, that's how a lot of these Hispanics is. They'll acknowledge, like Tarika always says, they acknowledge their black abella, but as far as identifying as black, no, they only do that when it's convenient. All that paperwork right on everything. That's why there can't be no black and brown nothing.
Coalition, exactly.
Choose when they want to be black and when they want to be brown, and it's only when it's convenient.
Right.
Any other, they're claiming white on everything.
Right. To me, it makes no sense when AOC is not even white enough. And I used to support AOC in the past in 2018 and I think 2020. And then after I found out she failed to implement Medicare for all, right? That was a deal done. That was a deal that was done. I was pretty much done with it. Then when she diluted reparations, I was like, yeah, I was completely done with her 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Punk ass Bernie Sanders. It's not feasible.
Feasible. Right. And Bernie Sanders, when he said it, it's like he said like in a very, would you agree with me, Jesse? Bernie Sanders was very abrasive, right? Angry.
Yeah, like when that sister said, what are you going to do specifically for black people in Minnesota at that town hall? And he said, I said black 50 times. I do stuff for people of color all the time. That's not what the hell she asked you.
Right. Do you think maybe because that lady was putting a lot of pressure on Bernie Sanders and he reacted negatively, would you say?
Yeah, but that's how these Democrats do. It's the same song and dance with all of them. You see how Diana DeGette, when I asked her what she was going to do specifically for black people, she started talking about people of color.
And
all this shit.
Right.
That's why she got out.
Out
we're
of
going to
office.
make sure Kira get the memo too.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to you present your black presenting. So what are you going to do for black people?
Exactly. Amen. Right. And when I even reached out to Kairos about setting up a virtual meeting for the three of us, but mainly focus on you and Lady Che, right? And I'm there and I would have been the facilitator. Mark Kairos staff at the press media did not respond back to my email for a virtual meeting. Yeah. So I will not put a lot of faith in Myriad Kairos to do
Yeah,
any.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm really not. Them democratic socialists, they not gonna do nothing specifically for black people. They're gonna do something for the LGBTQ. They're gonna do something for immigrants. They're gonna do something for humpback whales, gray wolves, anything besides us. But then they're gonna want us to go out and vote. Vote for what?
Right, exactly. And not to, would you be surprised if Mike Kairos had a plaque that says Black Lives Matter as symbolism?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
Right.
This. But she's like another. She's gonna be like another Ilhan Omar. She's gonna do food for Ethiopians.
Yep.
Nothing for foundational Black Americans.
Exactly. And this is where I think Philip Scott sometimes fall for the okie dokie trick when he sees Mike Kairos's profile.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know Philip Scott traveled to Ethiopia several times, and I know that he definitely needs to be very careful how he pokes a polar bear, especially on Myriad Kairos.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything you have to say to Philip Scott? Because I know Philip Scott loves Ethiopia so much.
All skin folk ain't kin folk. And that brought us another damn Ilhan Omar. But who the hell was stomping like this for FBAs?
Right. Like no one. I mean, outside of me as an individual ally.
And outside of me and Lady Che, nobody.
Nobody. Yeah, exactly. And this is my message to allies. I know some allies are watching, and I'll say this to them, especially the individual allies. Asian, Hispanics, and white people who claim to be progressives. If you're really concerned about being an ally doesn't just talk the talk; they walk the walk.
That's
They
right.
sort meetings as much as possible. They put pressure on legislators. Try to assist FBAs getting reparations at various levels of government, local, state, or federal, and making sure as allies they got to continue to study and study to be effective, and also have direct remedies, and also keep changing talking points until reparations come through. Like what I learned from Carolyn Essex. Carolyn Essex said to me, when a staffer for political candidate says, "Hey, this state's diverse," the question or the pushback used to come away is the Constitution diverse? Just because the state or is diverse doesn't mean the Constitution is diverse.
Exactly.
Yeah, so this is something to remember. Well, I mean, for you, I mean, it's option for you, Jesse, but something as a suggestion I learned from Carolyn Essex when she's doing the work for reparations at the state level.
Yeah.
And saying it like reparations as a stimulus, because that's something I think most politicians like about, especially when it comes to money. Because when we at so many meetings we went to, right, we talk about the moral perspective of limits-based cost paying reparations.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
it's a debt that's owed.
Oh, exactly. Debt is owed, and Colonel Essex said to me, reparations are not about charity, it's a debt. It's a legal obligation, like a
Right.
legal remedy.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she told me to reinforce it. And to all of us.
Yeah,
For allies and FBAs.
She's right.
Yep, for the next meeting, especially this meeting coming up this Thursday with U.S. Senator Maria Cantwell, and the next meeting on July 30th with Congresswoman Nakima Williams staffers. And I think you and Lady Che and Sarah FBAs can definitely relate to Nakima staffers. I think they're going to be FBA or appear to be FBA. So that'll be a perfect opportunity to put a lot of pressure on Nakima staffers.
That's now tomorrow because it's Tuesday now. So
Right.
that's the meeting tomorrow at noon my time.
Oh, right. So with the Delaware candidate, right, running for House District, that's Wednesday, 2 p.m. For you'll be, I think, 2 hours at 12 p.m. Mountain Standard, and then Thursday, with U.S. Senator Maria Cantwell will be 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for you. For you guys, I think it'll be 12. Yes.
Okay. And how long is that meeting supposed to be?
30 minutes, and I emailed you the one-page policy brief and the Senate Bill 40. commission to study reparations. However, I made a brief about amending the S40 and putting cash parent reparations forward.
Right.
Like
Okay.
a committed, in other words, like getting the senator to commit and co-sponsor the SO40, but amend it at the same time.
And that's it's gonna be on Zoom, right?
Yep, Zoom. Yeah, Microsoft Teams.
Or on Teams. Okay.
Yep. And I also emailed you and several FBAs the S40, Senate Bill S40, Senate Bill 40.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you for that, Michael. I'm gonna move to the next topic unless Lady Shay got something to add.
No, I'm just tired of everybody using the civil rights movements like it's easy, like for to push everything. They use our leaders.
I don't feel great about our leaders. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, I'm disappointed.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for example, Martin Luther King, pick certain speeches, little certain here, Jesse Jackson, whatever. You know what I mean? Just to prove their point, they use certain empowerment moments that FBA fought in or whatever to push their propaganda. They do it with everybody, with everything from Palestine to LGBTQ to migrants to whatever. You know? And it's really shitty because they don't give a good goddamn about foundational Black American treatment, but they do like utilizing whatever pieces are convenient to push their propaganda. That's what's upsetting me.
Right. That's what upsets me as well. That's what I had to go off. I've been going off for the past 3 weeks at City Council about that shit.
I remember when you and Lady Say were effective and very firm, especially when you mentioned about Juneteenth, right? Saying that the City Council likes to celebrate, like what is it?
Right.
Sing Black people's rhythms, but not sing the blues.
Yeah.
And you guys did a good job.
2 Black people on the council with a LGBTQ first.
Right. Which meant for dilution and yeah. The LGBTQ issue, to be honest, I think that your city council member who's Black, let the white people fight for LGBTQ.
Right. That's what I'll be trying to stress to them, but they don't get it.
Right.
No, you're Black first.
Before LGBTQ, exactly. And have you noticed too, Jesse? Have you noticed the white liberals? They always put a lot of pressure on Black people to fight for LGBTQ, fight for people with disabilities. And I never see white people ever fight for their own. Have you noticed?
Yes. I
It's
definitely know.
frustrating for FBAs because FBA's like, hey, we're trying to feed our own people.
Right.
And how can we, if we're struggling to fight for other groups of people, why makes you think that we're barely supporting our own?
And the shit that irritates the hell out of me is when they try to equate their struggle, quote unquote, with our struggle. That grinds my gears. It irritates the hell out of me.
Right. Have you tried to use the F word on them as a way to get them to like back off?
In the past, yes.
Wait, what do you mean the past, but not in the present?
Because that's considered a hate crime now.
Really? In Colorado?
Yeah, if you call them that, they'll consider that a hate crime.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That is
anything, or even it would make reference to anything salacious like that is considered a hate crime.
Wow. That is crazy because Colorado is not as liberal as California.
It's not far behind.
Wow, that's my God, that's crazy. Even like the Trump supporters, they don't get charged with a hate crime.
Anyway,
right.
You mean there's plenty of ways to destroy an agenda without going to that level. You know, like it's a very ugly thing to say. You know, it's very classist. That's me. I mean, I can speak from experience. You know what I mean? I said it one time out of my mouth when I was very little to a family member, because they kept messing with me and it just slipped out, right? And I never recovered for it. I never forgave myself because that relative passed away. like a little after that. You know what I mean? I felt like I was just being like, I don't know, the situation just was something I couldn't physically handle. It slipped up. But it was a family member that I loved dearly.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter how many times I apologized immediately or whatever, because I couldn't believe I even did that. And it was like, I could never forgive myself. It still haunts me to this day. And I was only like 9 years old. See what I'm saying? So it's not a classy thing to do. It's actually just very derogatory. There's much more ways of destroying an agenda or person that practices in the agenda by looking at things like incentivized benefits. There's people claiming half in, half out, and they have all the incentives. They get housing, there are some programs, they get protections, absolute protections. You know what I mean? Like they get treated differently in jail. They can float in and out. And these are people they probably were not even living that lifestyle until there was incentive or a benefit to it, like housing, certain other incentives. You know what I mean? And they could get legitimately. You know what I mean? Without question. So then they started to push it and make it. First, it was just like 5 letters. Then it turns into a whole alphabet, and like 36 flags later, and a whole month. Actually, it feels like 2 months. If you really want to be technical, it's like 2 months of it. That's what it feels like. You know what I mean? And it's always something when you got FBA within that round 2, only as tokens or mascots. Yeah. And yet we're the assholes for saying it. You know what I mean? Because they're not being treated fairly. It's like whatever. But that word right there is like almost as bad as someone calling us the N-word.
Right.
Said out loud. And so I learned it when I was small because I have nothing but those type of people in my family, like in my immediate family. I have 2 children, simply put, you know what I mean? That are on that side of the spectrum, right? Yeah. So they're talking about immediate family and then bred 2 children. I don't know what the fuck that's about. However, I do know this, that this a classless thing to do. It's not even like an attractive win. It's a very low, very low blow. You know what I mean? And there's no recovery from it. It's just as bad as saying the N word, to somebody. You know you shouldn't. You know what I mean?
Right.
It definitely has its own characteristics. The thing that bothers me the most about it is that it was prophesized. It was like a pushed agenda for the last 31 years to take heterosexuals and turn them into the opposite.
This goes all the way back to 1973.
Which is that's what I'm talking about.
That's longer than 31
Okay,
years.
you know what I mean, cuz.
Like
Come on now. Don't ask me shit if you're not going to react like this.
That's like
51 years. Okay, fucking 51 years. That's been a plan, right? So now you've got all these men. If you look at 2026, I shouldn't be confused on what side of the spectrum you are. But I'm not confused because you got a whole beard and mustache, and yet you wearing dresses and talking about things that women probably talk about. It's very disturbing. I don't know how to treat you.
Because a woman's a man and man's a woman.
Yeah, the mustache and the beard and the deep voice is really throwing me off. So, and I'm an asshole for saying that, right?
No, you're not, Lady Tay, because
I'm not confused. I'm like, it's very clear when I was young in the 80s. You were either this, that, and there was no in between. You dressed up for money on the weekends, to entertain at the clubs that were specific for that type of shit. You know what I mean? You didn't push your shit onto nobody else. You didn't force anybody else to go along with your program. You just did you with your friends and family, and everybody knew. And they didn't know but they sure as fuck weren't shocked when they found out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you weren't walking around with a full motherfucking beard, a lace front, and a mini skirt with a deep ass voice. You
Like
were
a man, right?
You were living that life. There was people that were living as, like, say for example, that body dysmorphia shit. They were living their life, if they were a man, as a whole woman. You could never tell because they did everything like a woman. They dressed like a woman. They lived like, slept like a woman. They took their care. They took their medicine. They did all this extra shit. You would never be able to tell that they were anything but a woman.
Right.
Woman being a man, you would never be able to tell. And now, now you don't even have. Man, me and Jesse go on the bus and shit, and I was like, "That's a man, cuz."
Wait, let's right.
Because
Let me
other
say,
people, it's me. What? I can't deal with it. Go ahead.
yeah, but how could you tell? Lady say, how could you tell that person was a man on the bus? I could never tell.
I'm a real woman, and real women can sense other natural women. It's just like we just walk past each other. Like, yeah, that's a woman. And when we walk past something like a man in a dress or a man who is, a man's cosplay, it's a different type of masculine. It versus a women carry divine, feminine, and masculine, right? But this is a masculine essence, right?
Right.
So it's like for, I would say, for entertainment purposes. However, I can feel it, I can sense it. Any real woman, a natural woman, can sense where they're in the presence of a man, regardless. No matter what you do, at the end of the day, you're still a man.
Right.
Doesn't matter how you feel. The universe don't make mistakes. You came in this world with a fucking swiller. That's who you are. It doesn't matter if you stick it, tuck it, cut it, whatever, it don't matter. Because we can sense, by naturally, we can sense we're in the presence of a man.
Right. Right.
How he presents, what he says, how he says it, how feminine his voice might sound, how what I call it, it's like a certain level of, like everybody says something about black scent, then there's this over essence of acting like talking like a feminine woman, but it's extra. So for us, it's easy. Like we close our eyes and just had a point with our hands, bing, man. It's just like that. It's just like men can sense when they're around other men or a woman that's went all the way to a man. That's actually, we're in the presence of a female, and the dialogue changes. You couldn't tell because that broad decided to cut off her breasts, grow a bull beard, and walk and talk like a dude. But men can tell.
Right.
They don't have to see him undressed. They can tell. It's just an essence. It's something you know.
Right.
Right.
No testosterone there.
Yeah, like
There's no
animals.
estrogen
You know, how
there.
animals find their mate.
Right. So you're saying that we had to, instead of calling like a woman who is a man, we can't say Mrs. We had to say Mister. In other words.
No,
I
I'm
don't
taking it
do
case by
none of that
case. As funny
pronoun
as it
shit.
is.
Yeah,
taking-
confusing. It's very confusing.
Like now, because I say some salacious shit sometimes, because I don't like the agenda that's being forced, right?
Right.
And I don't pretending only for the incentive and the benefit when we don't get the incentives and benefits. Real women don't get incentives like they get incentives. Like they can get housing, real women will struggle to get housing. You see what I'm saying? They can have economic things happen economically quicker, whereas women have to struggle. You see what I'm saying? They'll take more loops and loops versus a man on an agenda just trying to get through really quick. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah, I
Before,
noticed.
over the last 10 years, you would not see a man pretending to be a woman with a whole mustache.
Right.
I'll be funny, not be funny, but be serious.
I know.
Now I take it case by
Sorry.
case. I take it case by case because I don't want to be confused, and I don't agree with pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't look, my name is Miss Brandy Marie Espinosa, or Miss Brandy Marie Majors, whatever, right? So it's Miss, okay? I don't have to tell you what it is. You can look at me and say I'm a whole woman.
Right.
That's why I identify as one.
Right.
That's stupid. Look at me. Doesn't it look like I'm a woman?
Right.
Right. I know that you and Lady Che cannot wait for President Trump to overturn LGBTQ marriage. How about that?
No, because I have family that got married and love each other. You know, there's people
Wait. Lady Che, hold on. You telling me that you know someone who's gay? Oh, I didn't realize. Sorry.
I have a very immediate family, and I gave birth to 2 gay children.
Oh, okay. I just thought that maybe you and Lady Che would be excited for Trump to overturn gay marriage. And
That because I gave look, I know my children, my first and the last one were going to be gay. That's not an issue to me. I come from a mother that was my mother, my villain, my mother's, and I had gay uncles, right? So that's not a trip. It's not a trip for me because I understand. I understand they raised me, so I understand what happened. I'm not even tripping on any of that. What I'm upset about is the cosplay.
right, cosplay. I see. Okay.
None of my immediate family or my children that I had brought into the world that are grown now are cosplaying another gender.
Mm-hmm.
Just gay.
Right, because your uncle, Lady Che, Donovan Sadiq says, Trump, go ahead, overturn same-sex marriage.
No, I think that hey, look, we shouldn't judge anybody who loves whatever. Just because we
Right.
don't it's not for us, that just means it's not for us. We don't have to tell nobody nothing. Well, the shit I'm upset about is more like why you forcing unisex bathrooms and them in actual lady sports and shit like that. Those are
Right.
the simple
Yeah,
things.
but when you say we need to accept everybody,
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Or
I said
what they're doing, we need to accept what they're doing. That opens the
there's a
door.
level of acceptance because like look, I don't care. Look, this is how I feel about it. I take it case by case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But my children and my family are not cosplaying. You understand?
Understand, yeah.
Playing pretending to be a girl. The villain isn't trying to be a man, even though she's kind of like tomboyish. But neither is my oldest or youngest cosplaying as something else. They are strictly just gay. That's it. That's all.
Right.
Right? They're not doing anything different. They live regular lives. You wouldn't even know unless they told you.
Mm-hmm. Right. I see. Right. I understand. Now it's clear. But I'm just for Donovan Sadiq, your uncle, right? Dimitri, okay, Donovan's like, go ahead, Trump. I don't care what you do. Go ahead to overturn everything so that we can go back to the 1950s, 1800s when there was no, gay people. There's no such thing as gay marriage. That's what Donovan Sadiq wants.
Well, there wasn't, but people were hiding. People weren't able to live like that. The problem is the cosplaying,
Cosplaying.
the force shit onto the public, then creating a hate crime based on nothing. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's
Right.
to do with anything else. It's the cosplay because it comes with incentives. It's not like you're doing a show on the weekends. You know what I mean? No, you're actively cosplaying, and then you want us to address you by the way you look, and that's different. But if you get the wrong pronouns wrong, you're committing a hate crime, and that's wrong too. See, it's saying when all it is look, I'm confused. If the jail is confused, I'm confused.
Right. Me too. I will be confused as well, right? Of course. Yeah, that's natural.
Just tell me what look. What is your name? Cuz that's it. You know, like don't confuse me. Just that's it. I just try to get through the motherfucking afternoon. I'm not trying to set your balance. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable, but I'm also not interested in whatever you're trying to do with me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let me get through my shit and let me get on my way because I don't want to participate in the fuckery of you miscategorize me. Well, look, bitch, you look like a man. I don't know.
Right, exactly.
But shit,
Right.
you look like your name is Joe. And now you want me to call you Leslie. Pick a fucking lane. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. But it's not my fault you dressed this way. You confused me.
Right.
Presentation. How we been trained. You see a woman walk in? Hi, ma'am. Yeah, welcome, ma'am. Yes, sir. Here's the door. Let me open the door for you, sir. You know what I mean? How am I supposed
Yeah, I
to
know what you mean. Right. How to call you sir or ma'am. Give me the sex changes. Yeah.
be wrong for that? Or men are men supposed to be getting dressed in front of women
No.
in the locker rooms? When
Right.
they're not in transition, they're just in full men, you know what I mean? Male, everything. But they're over there just showering, walking around, looking at women trying to change their clothes at the gym or showering, and women just like they think they're just amongst other women, so they're just doing womanly things. And here you go with a man who's over there trying to do the same shit, showing all his stuff, and women are like, "Oh, there's my man here." That's just fucking crazy. Or a man
Yeah, it is crazy.
sport, so he has to come down and dominate a woman's sport because he couldn't make it in his sport.
Right, right.
Right? Or what the fuck is a man doing in a beauty pageant?
Right.
Exactly. Right, right.
Beauty
Or
pageant.
even
When I was a little girl, we used to watch beauty pageants with my father, right? And they come out Miss America, Miss Universe, right? And all the ladies come out and they have they do their little dresses and bathing suit things, right? There was the first year they had a man in pageantry, right? And they were forced to give him the win.
Yeah, that was some bullshit.
He was like a bulky motherfucking ugly ass dude where you had beautiful women that spent their whole lives in pageants working to get to Miss America, Miss Universe, whatever the fuck it is, right? And then you got this man, a boxy ass man who tucks the tapes, right? And it's like, oh, here's what I won. And a man's, come on, cuz you only won because it'd be discriminatory if we gave it to an actual woman. You're the only one here, so you're gonna push that line and say it's discriminative if they don't give you the win. And versus looking like, what is it called? Not what is that? Not inclusive.
Yeah.
Not inclusive. Then the pageantry is a wash and nobody will watch it again. So they had to give you the. Oh, you really look. Come on, cuz.
right. And I gotta tell you, South Africa, oh my gosh, South Africa's a rainbow country.
They're using Title IX to their benefit.
That's what I mean, Jesse.
Right. And Title IX was meant to benefit foundational Black Americans initially.
Right.
Right.
All of this was meant to benefit us specifically.
Yeah.
Civil rights was meant to benefit us specifically.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave it at that, so just move on with these topics. So
Yeah, sorry to take so much of your time. And I think the transgender people,
it's okay. It's okay.
yeah.
Well, I don't ever talk about it anyway, so it's okay. Let's move forward though.
Yeah, let's move forward. Yeah.
Yeah, so moving on. Black beauty supply owner says other groups gang up to sabotage us out of the hair industry. So Phil gonna give us an update on that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure to hit the subscribe button. Make sure to click the like button. That's also very, very important. Tonight, we got a brother that we want to talk about tonight. Let's talk about more and more about these tactics these other groups are using to keep Black Americans out of businesses that serve our community. These other groups feel like they own the Black dollar. And this is economic warfare, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody wants access to the Black dollar, even sabotaging FBAs. And we have to be so strategic in what we're doing, where we're spending our money, because these people can't control where we spend our money. They can't control it no matter what tactics they do. We got to start having certain rules that, hey, I'm only buying from Black people for certain products, period. Especially when it comes to things with our hair. It's a, hey, Black people only. If it's not Black folk, I'm not dealing with you. Sorry. Because you know nothing about my hair. What does an Asian know about Black hair? What does an Arab know about Black hair? Nothing. In these other countries and other groups, they look down on Black Americans. They don't have nothing. They don't look at us as something positive. They look at us as a lick. They immigrate to this country to get a lick off of Black people. And for a long time, we facilitated that. But now, so we're paying attention. Now, because of the wealth transfer that we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to sit up here and just willingly give away all our money that should be circulating in the Black community. We are focusing on trying to get the Black dollar circulating from 6 hours to 30 days. That's the focus of the wealth transfer. And if we can get our dollars circulating in the Black community for 30 days, that's when we start having wealth stay in the Black community, and we can start building and making our community the best in the world. Our only problem is we've just been spending it elsewhere. We're doing very well as a collective, maybe not as individuals, but as a collective, we are very, very powerful financially. If we were a country, we'd be ranked 14 in the world. If we were a country by ourselves. That also helps America be wealthy the way it is now. If we wasn't here, America wouldn't be where it's at, not by far. But we're going to get into that tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's very important that we got to stay 10 toes down about the wealth transfer. And it's going to take all of us to put these people literally out of business. You know, at first they talk about, you know, the Asian community, but it's not just the Asian community. It's the Arabs. It's the East Indians. It's all these other groups. Don't matter who they are. They don't have nothing good for us as FBA. I know everybody talk about the Asian community not giving back, but what has the Indians give back to? What have the Pakistani have given back to? And they no different than the other ones. They don't hire Black people a lot of times in these stores. Maybe here and there they may do it, but it's not like the norm. They have stores in our community and never have a Black person working there. They've committed crimes in our community. They have allowed crime to happen at their stores. They're selling, the Arabs are selling pork in stores that they won't even eat. I never forget one time we went to one of those stores with Brother Derek Muhammad, shout out to him. He said, "You a Muslim and you selling pork in here." He said, "How you selling pork in here but you a Muslim? You wouldn't eat that pork. Why are you selling it here to Black people?" You know, he got on to him about that. We got to talk about these other groups, man. They don't, no. It's time for Black people to clean house in our community. And we can do it economically. We ain't got to do nothing illegal. We won't have to do nothing immoral. None of that. It's just time for us to say, nope, you're not part of the community. We just not spending with you right now. We're not spending with you. We won't support our own.
Hey, Bruce.
But definitely thank everybody for joining us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Also, a little later, we're going always, we're streaming on the African Diaspora News Channel app, always. Now, that is commercial free, so you don't have to deal with no commercials. Some people say, I don't like commercials. Well, if you have the African Diaspora News Channel app, you have to deal with that. But on YouTube, you're going to deal with it. It's just that simple, unless you choose to buy YouTube Premium or whatever. I do that because I don't want to deal with that. But some people may not want to do that. But with our content, if you're on the app, you don't have to worry about a gang of commercials running on, okay? And so we're going to go to the app a little bit later toward the end. And I want to run a video by you and talk about something also real quick. The app itself, very easy. It's $9.99 a month. we normally put it. Did I do it today? Hold on. No, I didn't. Let me go ahead and do it right now. I forgot. Let me see. Give me a second. I used to put a pinned comment in the chat. Let me put that right now. Boom. That take you to our landing page. And on our landing page, you can select which platform that you have, whether Android or iPhone, and you can get the app. It's $9.99 a month. It's very affordable, and we want to keep it very affordable for everybody. As I said before, we are still going through the process of our, rigorous testing for the update of our app. Like I said, we're about 95% complete. So we got just one little thing we need to fix that I'm looking at, maybe tweak a little bit, and then we'd be ready to go to the app stores and have a launch day and all that. All right. So with that being said, so for people that may be new, we have a platform called AfroWire AI. That's our news, AI-powered news network. And we launched that June of 2025, actually last year. And, we have 3 distinct reporters there. We have LaSherica, Sister Samila, and Layla. That's our 3 that we have there. And they deliver the news and do their thing. But also, we have expanded where LaSherica is starting to have her own show outside the news desk. Yes, LaSherica got her own show. I know, right? It's something different and everything like that. So let's go ahead on and check out just a trailer for LaSherica. And then we'll be right back to get started with y'all, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
My spirit is in tune with the ancestors, and I know this is not just a casual visit. There she is. Look at you, finally coming home.
We do not need an 8,000 square foot home anymore.
Sell the house? Oh, that is deeper than I thought.
Mama, Daddy, I just need some air.
Well, not expect all this to happen when I woke up this morning. But hey, that's life. Always stay close to family, because that's all we got.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started. I saw some people saw LaSherica already, first pilot episode, and we're getting some great feedback. So shout out to all of you who checked out LaSherica. All right. So let's go ahead on and get started, because we got to play what our brother had to say and take our time with this, as always. And later, like I said, we'll switch over to the app. I got one other video I want to talk to y'all about on the app. So let's get to our brother. We'll go down here to our brother, and our brother's right here. All right, here we go.
Everybody wants to talk about owning a beauty supply store, but nobody ever considers what would happen when you start winning. I built a multi-million-dollar virgin hair company from the ground up, and I'm not talking about just selling some hair at a store. I'm talking about 14 locations in multiple cities, hair shipments, multiple kilos of hair being shipped all around the country. And just like with anything, once you get too big, the gatekeepers start to notice. And they ain't talking about them looking at me as a competitor. I'm talking about a coordinated effort by the Asians and the Arabs to strangle my supply and put me out of business. I was wondering why the hell these people were coming to my store, telling their employees they can't wear my hair, and just doing all kinds of just hating, calling the U.S. Customs on my shipments. And then it came to me. These people feel entitled to Black dollars. They never spend any money with Black people, but they feel entitled to Black dollars. So much so that I ended up having a restraining order put against me before by one of these people. They thought that cutting off my supply chain, complaining to them, and all the little dirty tactics was gonna stop me, but all it did was strengthen my resolve.
All right. So y'all heard what our brother had to say, and you know how I like to do. I like to play it so y'all can hear it. Then I stop it as I go along. Let's cue our brother back up one more time, and we're gonna stop.
Everybody wants to talk about owning a beauty supply store, but nobody ever considers what would happen when you start winning. I built a multi-million-dollar virgin hair company from the ground up, and I'm not talking about just selling some hair at a store. I'm talking about 14 locations in multiple cities, hair shipments, multiple kilos of hair being shipped all around the country.
All right. So let me tell you what's so spectacular about that brother. 14 locations. Let me tell you something. It's hard to run one brick and mortar location. You hear me? He not only had one, he had 14. He had international shipping to all his different stores nationwide. He had a pretty good plug, right? And for that alone, see, they love to say black people are lazy. Black people are on welfare. Listen, they want you lazy. They want you on welfare. Because if you're on welfare, if you're on the government, you're in abject poverty. The government is not going to give you assistance if you're doing well. They're not. So if you're getting government assistance and living on that, you're in poverty. That is not nothing that any of us want to obtain. But they know FBAs will work hard. They know we are entrepreneurs. They know we are trying to get 7 and 8 figure salaries. Forget that 6 figure stuff y'all talk about online. We talking about 7, 8 figure salary is what we talk about over here. That's what we need to be looking towards, 7 and 8 figures. I want my people to be in that range, 7, 8 figure range. Now this brother say multi-million-dollar a year business. Shout out to him. See, anytime we do good for ourselves and understand nobody gave that brother anything. Nobody gave him a handout or nothing. He had to get it from the mud. Like everybody, like anybody else, especially us, we got to get it really, really out the mud. And these other groups can't stand, including the white folks, can't stand to see a black person that come from nothing to be a multimillionaire on their own without begging. Well, let's continue with our brother.
And just like with anything, once you get too big, the gatekeepers start to notice. And they ain't talking about them looking at me as a competitor. I'm talking about a coordinated effort by the Asians and the Arabs to strangle my supply and put me out of business.
All right. They didn't want to compete against him, right? They didn't want to say, you know what, let the best business win. No. They use the same tactics white people have always used. Let's go on and sabotage a black person's business. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, they all learn from the white folks. Let's sabotage it. Let's sit up here and try to go after his suppliers. That's fine. You remember that other guy with the brother with the hair district, one out there in the New Orleans area? Well, what did that Mike guy ask him? Who are your vendors? Why was he asking that question? This brother answered why he was asking that question. Because he wanted to go and sabotage that brother's business so he can't get no supply to sell to the community. This is why we need more and more black people making products on our own and be able to supply these beauty supply stores in our community. We need people to make shampoo, conditioner, combs, bonnets, anything that you sell in there, black people need to be making and manufacturing. Even if you got a plug in China and hey, you just got a plug. And look, when I went to CES, they had a whole Chinese wholesaler section. And they was like, hey, look, you can pay X amount of dollars. We can hook you up. Look, you can come over here with us to the factory and everything. They even had a thing where in China, you could have went there on a 10-day visa free if you're going to do business, right? Black folks need to listen, China is the Walmart of the world. Let's call it what it is. Get you a plug at one of these Chinese factories. Go over there yourself. Don't do everything you can't do online. Sometimes you got to go touch grass sometime. Fly over there, go over there, get you a good plug. Okay, now you got a direct plug like the dope game. You got a direct connect. Now you got the connect. Now you just do your business directly with the connect. You're not even fooling with none of these Asian vendors here who's all racist and tired. No. My plug is directly over here. I don't deal with you. I get my hair directly from this one. All your connects should know you. All of them. I don't want to talk to no middleman. I want to talk directly to the factory myself. I'm going over there. I'll fly to your country. I would take time to do it. To protect my business, you doggone right I'm coming. And if I need to show up again, I'm showing up again. Let me tell you something. People respect you a lot more when they see your face. You can't always send your representation. Sometimes you got to show up. And I've seen some black people talking about that. We got to get our own connects. We got to get our own plug. We got to show up at these places so these people can't sabotage us in business. Prime example. They're the Chinese when I was at CES telling me, look, if you want your own headphones, well, they sounded good. They said, look, we can manufacture this and whatever logos you want to put on it, you can sell it. It's X amount of dollars for so many. I'm like, oh, really? So I can do my own headphones? I was doing this. And they gave me a price. Like, man, that price not bad. Okay. And they were so ready to do business with black folk. So I'm just telling black people, like, forget these folks over here in this country. Go do your own business. We are international people, man. We're international people. Oh, so you went to the Hajj district today and supported? Good. Let's continue with our brother here.
I was wondering why the hell these people were coming to my store, telling their employees they can't wear my hair.
Now, he said he was wondering why those people, look, they bold. They actually come into the store like the other brother, the Hajj district brother. They come into your store to be getting intel. So what y'all got to start doing, black people, from what I'm seeing, is that y'all got to find out who's the competition around there, who's the owners, find out who they are. So if they start showing up in your spot, you can approach them. Hey, can I help you with something? You need something? Because I know you own that hair store down the street, so I know you're not coming here for that. So what you need? I just want to find out what you need. Because they come on here trying to find out what your prices are, trying to figure out what your vendors are, so they can sabotage you out of business. But see, none of that will work, black people, if we said, hey, I'm going to my brother down the street, I'm going to my sister down the street. Yeah, you may be next door to me. I'm not going to you because you're not part of the community. And that will put a stop to that overnight. Now, of course, we're going to have some off-code people that's still going to go over there. But I promise you, if the majority go to the community, the off-code people are going to feel pressure on them to comply with the community. Especially if you say, you going over there to them people? For what? Well, I'm going to go over there. Okay, go over there. Whatever. We over here. We don't shop over there with these people. They don't like black people. Let me tell you something. These other groups don't like us like that. They want our money but don't like us. They feel they have an ownership of our dollar. And the only one who can correct that is FBA. Now, McQueen says a friend of your husband built a multi-million-dollar electrician business in Florida and is expanding outside the state. You say if you got a name of, but he treats his employees real good. Well, yeah, I mean, if he's making multi-million-dollars, I hope he would. Yeah, that's that. I mean, rock with the people that rock with you in the beginning. Yeah, take care of them. Take care of them. But let's continue.
And just doing all kinds of just hating, calling the U.S. Customs on my shipments. And then it came to me. These people feel entitled to black dollars.
Okay, so the man saying that they call U.S. Customs and Border Protection, I'll call all the people on them to try to stop his shipments. This is how far they went. They called the feds, basically, to try to stop his shipments. Y'all have to understand, we are in economic warfare with these people. They will try dirty tactics to stop black people from pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, because the Arabs, the Asians, the Indians, all of them, they believe that the black dollar is theirs. Y'all could call them names. They don't mean anything. What means something is taking your dollar and making sure you find a brother or a sister and get your supply from them. And if you can't get it locally, get it online. We have to be so intentional because these people are using dirty tricks and dirty tactics. And it's not the first time I've heard this either. But this is what I heard today. They don't want us to be able to think about it. All the businesses he's creating jobs. Okay. And the beautiful thing you can do in the Black community is create a job for Black people. That's a Black person. They ain't got to go beg white folks for a job. They got to go through hair discrimination, all kind of other microaggressions and all this BS you go through with white folks on the job. So he's doing what's right. Opening businesses, creating jobs for Black people. You understand? That alone is why we should be supporting our Black businesses so they can create more Black jobs. It's on Black people to create Black jobs. It's not on white folks to create Black jobs. Let's continue here.
They never spend any money with Black people, but they feel entitled to Black dollars.
And that's another thing right there. We all know they don't spend money with Black people. So why in the hell have y'all been giving y'all money for years, decades, not years, decades? Y'all giving all y'all money to the Asian nail shop. They never go and give it to the Black nail tech. You give all your money to the Asian restaurants. They never go to the soul food spot and give money back in return. You give your money to the beauty supply store. They don't shop no store with us. That's a fact. Once again, it's on Black people, though. We have been willingly, because they ain't been forcing us to, we have been willing to give all our money, but now it's the time to stop that. Now it's the time to transfer that wealth to the Black community. Now, I saw somebody said that they saw a Chinese restaurant boarded up because y'all doing a wealth transfer. That's why they boarding up. And shout out to y'all out here for continuing the wealth transfer. But this is a serious thing. We talk about reparations. Let me tell you something. We have a lot of money in our community. Once we get all that money out of other people's hands and pockets and put it in our pockets and circulate that money into the Black community, we got so much wealth in America. We're gonna look up and say, we've been suffering financially all this time for nothing. We got a bag in this community. We do. We're very educated. We're very wise. We have style, culture. We got the gift of gab. Everybody follow us. Everything we do can be monetized. Literally, people monetize everything that we do. Literally. Our worst of us is monetized, and our best of us is monetized. Every part of us can be made money off of. Every part. Y'all don't realize how great we are? You didn't realize that? I realized a long time ago, I don't have to pivot nowhere. I can just stay within my community. That's it. I can just stay right here. I can talk to the diaspora. That's as far as I'm going with it. I'm not looking to pivot outside of nothing. And I love every minute of it. I love it. And once you realize, like every day I get more and more excited about the opportunities we have within our own culture. As technology change and be implemented and more opportunities happen, I get more and more excited every day. Every day. Y'all don't, the two things I'm gonna say that I was the most, or three things I was the most excited about. I'm not gonna lie, because I got 1,000 ideas in my head. When AfroWire got launched and that started taking off, so when Soraya came about, and now this is the Sherika show. I got so many ideas. And yes, on the human side, I have plenty of ideas too. I got plenty of ideas for shows, even on the human side too, not just all generative AI. But still, I have so many ideas. Even with our app, I was so happy about how that's growing. Like, we don't have to do anything outside of our culture and ourselves. We don't have to beg these people for nothing. We can create our own shows, our own music. We can create our own anything that we want. Our own hair supply, our own plug in China, wherever we want to get the plug from, wherever country. We can do we don't need these people for nothing. And let me tell y'all something. Y'all better get used to that now, because these folks is not going to be in a position to take care of y'all. Because for a long time, y'all leaned on white people for jobs. Y'all leaned on white people for this, leaned on white people for that. Bruh, white people is in a position they can barely take care of themselves. And the time going to come when they cannot take care of you. You're going to have to stand on your own 2 feet, grow your own food, heal yourself with our own doctors. And we need more doctors and nurses in our community. I'm talking about FBA. We need them. We got enough rappers. We got enough of all that. We need more doctors. We need more nurses, radiologists. We need more medical professionals in our community. We got to have that. That's very important. The reason why they keep importing foreigners into this country because they don't have enough medical professionals. We FBA's got to get back into the medical field, man. And it's a good bag for you there. You look at some of these sisters out here who's nurses, only talking about the travel nurses, they making a big bag. Every time I see a travel nurse, she got a bag. I mean, shoot. I mean, there's no reason for us to be, we need hospitals. We need clinics in our community. Well, we got to have doctors and nurses and nurse practitioners and all kinds of different things. We need surgeons in our community. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know people talk about, people like Dr. Ben Carson. We're not talking about his politics. We're talking about, him in the area of medicine and things like that. We need more people like that. We need that in this community. We need our Black scientists to study all the medications they got out and say, wait a minute, how much Tylenol Black people is actually supposed to be taking? And let's test all this medicine on Black people, because maybe some of this medicine is too much for Black people and we may need to reduce them out, or maybe we need more. So we need all that in our community, man. We got to have all that. That's the thing. Like I said, that's nation building. Our men that do construction, lay roads and bridges, and like the other sisters say, electricians and plumbers, and we got to have that. Everybody can't be a rapper. Let's continue.
So much so that I ended up having a restraining order put against me before by one of these people. They thought that cutting off my supply chain, complaining to them, and all the little dirty tactics was gonna stop me, but all it did was strengthen my resolve.
Now, the brother said that he had to actually get the legal involved, put a restraining order on these dirty people, and I call them dirty for their tactics, because they keep trying to, once again, do like with the other video that we saw, the mic guy, right? To go over there and mess with their suppliers. This is economic warfare, ladies and gentlemen. And your dollars is the weapons you have, Black people. When you are giving your dollars, especially with the beauty supply, nails, hair, and all the different things that these people are in restaurants, you are actually putting the weapons of our warfare in our own community. Do that every day, much as you can. Like I said, 90% of our money, if we can get it there, at least in our community, we didn't want it. That gives at least 10%, because you can't. I mean, everything in America you don't control. But if we can get up to 90%, we won. We wanted that. We won. Even if we got up to 80%, we won.
Yeah, we have those strands.
I love to hear these reports about they closing these businesses down. Oh, I love it. And what I want Black people to start doing is going into those same, because trust me, they didn't own the building. Find out who owned those buildings, who owns the lease, and I want to see a Black business put up right there. They shut down their nail shop. I want to see a Black nail shop open right there. Restaurant shut down. I want to see a Black restaurant open right in this place in the Black community. That's how you know the wealth transfer is working. The key isn't them shutting down. The key is shut down and replace. That's what we need. Shut down and replace. And then when Black people open it back up, then we go and support and give them my dollars just intentionally. Remember, I'm gonna go ahead and just order this. You know, I don't really want this much, but I'm gonna go ahead and order it. I'll take some home. I just want to give and just help out. Start taking, you know, ladies, when you go on dates, require these men to take you to a Black-owned restaurant. So you know what? I like this restaurant. Can you take me over there? Them men will take you. Trust me. They want to go on a date with you. They'll take you wherever you want. Trust me. I promise you. Start making like that. Instead of giving our money to the white folks on these expensive restaurants, that's start in Patriot. Because in Houston, we got nice Black-owned restaurants that you can go to for a date night and all that. Start going to the Black restaurants for date night. These men will pay for it. I promise you, ladies. If you they interested, they'll pay for it. Yeah, I get what about the Montgomery bus boycott, but see, you know, boycotts have an end date. A wealth transfer don't. So that's why I don't use the term boycott. No, that's temporary. No, we need a permanent wealth transfer. Black people are in dire straits. They say by 2050, we don't do nothing now, our community gonna have a zero net worth. That means you got plenty of time for this wealth transfer to turn that around. So you can have a $2 trillion, $3 trillion net worth. Well, you know what? You say that'll make your ears perk up if a Black woman said that. Well, that's why you're putting this message out to the sisters. Hey, tell that man, take me to this particular restaurant. I like this. You know, trust me, we will take you. Wives, tell your husbands, hey, I want to go to this particular restaurant. We will take you. Trust me, as men, we will oblige. I promise you, we will oblige. You ain't got to pay for it all the time. Sure, them people in them other restaurants don't appreciate Black people. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you joining me tonight. I'm going to switch over to the app, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure that you subscribe. The share will be on in about 10 minutes. But let me show what I got to show on the app. If you're not on the app, join us. It's $9.99 a month.
All right. Michael, what are your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just went over?
Yeah, Philip Scott, makes, perfect sense, really, for FBAs, because boycotts are effective, but at the same time, they don't lead to permanent wealth transfer. So I understand why he emphasizes time for a permanent wealth transfer, because permanent wealth transfer, it's indefinite, and there's like no end in sight. Well, I'm sorry, there's no expiration date on it, because it's so to be intentional and strategic. And I understand Phil Scott said, hey, brothers and sisters, when you see a restaurant, other business, or when you see other restaurants and other businesses are for sale, make sure you take on sale. I agree with Phil Scott on that. However, in order for that to happen, the city council definitely has to be majority FBAs, because if the city council is not majority FBAs, it's going to be very difficult for non-FBA city council members to allow FBAs to take ownership of restaurants and other industries being sold on the market. And that there needs to be like what Dr. Claude Anderson said in his book Crownomics. There needs to be like local control of jurisdictions, right? In like the mayor race, the mayor's office, or the mayor's, and in city council, for that to happen effectively. Just how you see in California, where it's majority Asians, Hispanics, right? And of course, white people who control the local government. And so it makes it very difficult for FBAs to own businesses there. So that's why I say it's very important for FBAs definitely get involved in local politics, becoming like a city council member, So that
Right.
way you have a lot of power to distribute resources and grants to FBA residents so that they can have a permanent so they can definitely purchase the business at a lower rate with grants. And
Right.
by the way, Philip Scott, the clip Philip Scott wanted to show, but he goes on YouTube. It's about a white man calling FBA's ghetto.
Mm.
Yeah, it was on his website where you had to pay like $9.99 a month.
Oh yeah, on the app.
Yeah, I was on there. Yeah, so I just want to give you like a brief summary. And Philip Scott was calling that white man out, saying, "Hey, sir, what are you talking about? Whose ghetto are you talking about? We in
Mhm.
the black." I mean, I'm just paraphrasing what Philip Scott said, but he was saying that, "Hey, Brad, we did not create the ghetto in the first place, Brad. You're living in poverty, so Brad, you're supposed to be focused on yourself, not on FBAs."
Right.
Right. And yeah, I know Phil Scott is definitely, he definitely wants brothers sisters definitely to buy that restaurant, buy the property as quickly as possible before other groups are going to make a purchase. And I took down notes that back in the last, and Phil Scott's correct. In the last several decades, not years, yeah, the racial tensions between FBAs and non-FBAs, definitely have been getting worse. Have been getting worse, if not better, right? And
Yeah.
even learned that the more immigrants that Democrats and Republicans want to like import from overseas, it compounds anti-black racism, or it makes it worse than it already is.
Mhm.
And that's what I noticed and noted as well. The only way for anti-black racism to be mitigated is stopping the flow of immigration. Because
Yep.
now, like 2026, I'm surprised. Now I'm seeing like more Asian Hispanics than I ever have in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, even like I was born in the '80s, Buffalo, New
Mhm.
York. Didn't see not too many immigrants, right?
Right.
In the early '90s, when I started kindergarten, yeah, my school has become relatively diverse, but not totally diverse. Unlike now, it's like, gosh, if I had to go back to the same elementary school I started 34 years ago, I
Mhm.
think I would be lost. I don't know where I'm at anymore.
Right.
Would you say it's the same thing with you, Jesse, or a little different?
Mm, slightly different because there's more Latinos out here.
Oh, I'm
And
saying like when you went to elementary school in the early '90s,
it was mainly FBA and white folks.
FBA and white folks. Okay,
It wasn't
I see.
until I like to middle school and high school I started interacting with immigrants.
Immigrants, wow. And for the immigrants, you said in middle school, like late '90s, right?
You missed it. Damn.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. It's the 21st now.
Yeah.
Starts up now. Look. Coming out. Look.
Okay.
I have all this week, right?
Yeah.
So the finally the boot camp is back.
Yeah.
I can learn.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah. And also making sure, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say, oh, also like Phil, make sure that the nail salons, restaurants, right, and other FAA owned businesses are worker owned. I'm sorry, worker owned and I'm sorry, worker cooperatives. Because
Right.
you see a lot of times when businesses want to sell or they want to retire for good, I noticed that they never transfer the ownership to workers. They always transfer the ownership to potential business owners.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Yeah,
Um,
because with worker cooperative owned FBA businesses, the money is more likely to stay in the community, and also the businesses are more likely to stay in FBA areas compared to businesses that are not worker cooperatives.
mhm.
Yeah, and right, and of course, capital is needed as well, making sure it's being preserved, and also the rent for these restaurants and businesses for FBA to purchase. Make sure the rental costs are cut in half. Like
Yeah.
Like there's no need to continue. There's no need to like keep continue to raise rent every year, and then restaurants and other businesses can't survive.
Right.
And grants definitely need to replace loans. Because if a business suffers the first year, then how is the business owner supposed to pay back the loan to the bank or financial institution? So with grants, you don't have to pay the money back.
Right, but you are under stipulations.
That's
With
true.
the grants.
With you mean with grants, right?
Yeah,
Oh, I just thought that with loans there are more stipulations than grants.
there's stipulations with both.
Okay, with both, right. So that's why I think with grants there needs to be modifications or corrections on it, like eliminate the stipulations or reduce them as much as possible.
Yeah,
Yeah, and this is where I think a community, what Phil Scott said, credit union banking comes in.
yep.
Yeah, but other than that, Phil Scott's pretty much like, on point, consistent, and I understand why he wants brothers and sisters to embrace AI as quickly as possible. And what did you think when Phil Scott mentioned about doing business with China? I know this was probably like a surprise.
He's just a businessman. He's just trying to take money wherever we can get it.
We can
Like,
get it because I have to tell you about the Chinese because I'm kind of part Chinese.
yeah.
I would say be careful about doing business with Chinese people because Chinese people may smile in your face a lot, but be careful, they're snakes at the same time.
Hmm.
I'm just saying, like when businesses do business with the Chinese, just be very, very careful. Make sure you have a lawyer and a third eye.
Yep. Treat them like you would in Nabisco.
Exactly, yeah. Because I could tell with my own people, I don't trust their smiles, especially when they try to be genuine. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
never smile. You hardly see me smile. I keep it real.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Why is that?
because I'm a guy. When you see me happy, right, or I celebrate, you'll see me cry. So when you see me cry, that means I'm more happy, right?
Hmm.
I don't believe in smiles. It's just fake. You know what I mean? People don't mean what they say. And sometimes it's just a spell they put when they smile too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you see me laugh. So when you see me laugh, of course I'm smiling. I'm happy. But other than that, I'm pretty much very stern and
Hmm.
serious. And it's funny. Some people want me to smile. I'm like, why should I smile just to be happy?
Right.
Like, I would rather cry to be happy.
Well, I don't want to do either.
Right, you don't do either. Right. Understandable. Right,
That you know you're happy.
right. I
I
guess
get
because
you're laughing.
mm-hmm. I mean, I'll
Like,
laugh, of course, for sure. Absolutely, yeah.
I guess it'll be the same with me when I'm laughing.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Right,
gotten more stern over the years. I don't smile as much as I should.
right. Okay, I understand because you guys are fighting for reparations, and reparations is definitely a business.
Right. And
once death is old, it's definitely stressful.
Right. Once you guys get reparations, right, then you guys will smile at the end.
yeah, when we get that proper repair,
Yeah.
otherwise, I don't see no reason to smile. The only reason why I would smile is the end of racism and white supremacy.
Yep.
That's what Nelly Fuller Jr. said before he died. The only thing we should be celebrating is the end of racism and white supremacy.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. And some people call me Spider-Man because I have a sixth sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How about you? Do you ever sometimes you feel like Spider-Man because when you encounter Nabiscos, you feel like the sixth sense is kicking in?
Um. Yeah.
It's nice of it. I definitely am psychic.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely can feel it.
Right.
I just also too. I think that I don't know if it's even more of that. I think that I just can't tolerate like the disingenuous racism.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when I know that that something's racist or they're doing underhand racism with sentences or wording. You know, what I mean? I
Yes.
can't. I can't control myself. I mean, I can. I guess I choose not to. Probably for not for my own amusement, just because I feel like I have to stay. I can't. I must say something. It's almost like maybe I could be a little less reactive. I don't know. And I feel like if I don't say nothing, it'll never get said.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Because you want to address, right, you definitely want to make a point, because you don't want the Nabiscos to control you, especially with their disingenuous anti-black racism.
Right. So moving along.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Michael.
You're welcome.
And Lady Che. The soul classics that were banned from the radio in the 1970s. Civil rights history, as we call it, Black empowerment history.
They didn't just pull it from the airwaves, they called the police. And the man who wrote it spent the next 3 years watching his career disappear, not because the song was violent, not because it was obscene, but because it told the truth about what America was doing to its own people. That story is coming, but first, there are 9 others you need to hear. Welcome to R&B Wonders, the channel that goes behind the history books and into the heartbeat of Black American music, where the real stories live. Today, we're counting down 10 soul and R&B classics that radio stations refused to play during one of the most turbulent decades in American history. These weren't just songs, they were dispatches from the front lines, and somebody, somewhere, decided the people didn't need to hear them. Let's start the count. Number 10, compared to what? Les McCann and Eddie Harris.
Where's my God and where's my money? Unreal value.
Les McCann sat down at a piano at the Montreux Jazz Festival in 1969, and what came out was less a performance and more an indictment.
It's a crass distortion, unwed mothers.
The song had actually been written a few years earlier by Gene McDaniels, but nobody wanted to record it. Too raw, too angry, too honest about Vietnam, about poverty, about the men running the country. McCann and Harris recorded it live that night in Switzerland, and the recording caught fire in a way the studio never could have. It was jazz, but it hit like soul. It groaned and moaned and hollered. And when radio programmers heard the line about the president being out of touch with human suffering, stations across the South and Midwest simply refused to add it to rotation. It peaked at number 35 on the charts, impressive for an instrumental-driven jazz record, but it never got the mainstream radio push it deserved. It was too uncomfortable, too specific, too real. And here's what most people never knew.
Try to make it real compared to what?
Gene McDaniels, the man who wrote it, was quietly placed on an informal blacklist after writing 2 more protest songs later that year. He didn't record another album for nearly a decade. The song survived. The songwriter paid the price. Number 9, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. James Brown, 1968. James Brown recorded this in August 1968, 4 months after Martin Luther King Jr. was shot dead in Memphis. The country was on fire. James Brown knew it, and he decided the most political thing he could do was say out loud what Black America had been told for centuries it should be ashamed of. Number 1 on the R&B charts almost immediately, but white-owned pop radio stations largely refused to play it. The reasoning given was that it was divisive. Program directors said it made white listeners uncomfortable. Some stations went further, saying it was inflammatory, as if being proud of being Black was the dangerous idea. What those stations never acknowledged was that James Brown had spent the night after King's assassination literally walking the streets of Boston, pleading on television for people not to riot. He had arguably done more to prevent violence that week than any politician, and this was his reward. The song was protest without apology. History punished him for it in ways that didn't show up in the sales numbers, because the sales numbers were massive. What it cost him was crossover radio, mainstream festivals, the white audiences he'd been carefully courting for years. One song, he said it loud anyway, and 50 years later, it still rings. Number 7, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. Gil Scott-Heron, 1970.
The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the
Gil Scott-Heron was 21 years old when he recorded this, 21, and he had already seen enough of America to know exactly what he was looking at.
because the revolution will not be televised, brother.
The song was spoken word over percussion, not quite rap, not quite poetry, not quite jazz. Radio didn't know what to do with it, and that was before anyone even got to the content. But the content was the real problem.
There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block.
Scott-Heron ran through a catalog of American consumer culture, television shows, brand names, diet fads, and systematically dismantled the idea that watching the news from your couch was the same thing as participating in change.
NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on Report from 20.
No program director was going to play that between commercials. The irony was too perfect. The accusation too direct. What made this even more painful in retrospect was what happened to Scott-Heron personally.
Districts, the revolution will not be televised.
He spent the 1970s and 80s producing some of the most vital political music in America, fighting addiction along the way, watching artists who borrowed heavily from his blueprint become millionaires while he scraped.
There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay.
He was foundational to hip-hop. He never saw the financial return. He died in 2011, largely broke, in a New York City apartment. The revolution, as he predicted, was not televised, and neither was his legacy, not until it was too late for him to see it. Number 6, Ball of Confusion, The Temptations. 1970 Motown was a machine built for crossover appeal. Berry Gordy understood white radio. He understood white audiences. He had spent a decade engineering music that could walk through doors that had been built to keep black artists out. So when Norman Whitfield pushed the Temptations into psychedelic soul territory, electric guitars, hard-driving rhythms, politically charged lyrics about Vietnam and segregation and political hypocrisy, the label let it happen, and it worked. Ball of Confusion hit number 3 on the pop charts. But here's what those chart numbers hid. Dozens of mid-market radio stations across the South and parts of the Midwest simply refused to add it. It wasn't banned by any formal policy. Radio bans never were. They were quiet, unwritten, handled with a phone call, or a raised eyebrow, or a program director who just happened to lose the record. The Temptations were allowed to be popular. They were not allowed to be dangerous. And the moment their music started asking questions out loud, questions about why America was fighting a war it couldn't win, questions about why cities were burning, certain gatekeepers decided the Temptations needed to go back to love songs. David Ruffin was already gone by then. The group was fracturing. Ball of Confusion caught a group in the middle of becoming something new, something harder and more honest, and not everyone who had championed them was ready to follow. Number 5, People Make the World Go Round, The Stylistics, 1972. The Stylistics are remembered for soft, lush, string-drenched ballads. You Make Me Feel Brand New, Betcha by Golly Wow. Beautiful, delicate, emotionally perfect. Which is exactly why it shocked people when producer Tom Bell let them loose on something as pointed as People Make the World Go Round. The song cataloged urban suffering, rent collectors, unemployment, drug dealers, broken infrastructure, with the kind of specificity that sounded less like pop music and more like a newspaper. Over those sweeping Philly sound strings that should have made it radio-friendly, it described a world where systems failed ordinary people every single day. Radio largely ignored it, not with outrage, just with silence. It was the quiet ban. No announcement, no controversy, just a record that didn't get added, didn't get spins, didn't get pushed. and the Stylistics, who had real commercial momentum at that point, never pushed back publicly. They were a group managed carefully, positioned deliberately. The song became one of the great lost entries in the Philly Sound catalog. People who loved the Stylistics often didn't know it existed. That's what a quiet band does. It doesn't make the art disappear. It just makes sure the next generation never finds it. Number 3, Masterpiece, The Temptations, 1973. By 1973, The Temptations were Norman Whitfield's canvas, and Whitfield had stopped caring about what radio wanted. Masterpiece was over 14 minutes long on the album version. It opened with a slow, cinematic instrumental that built like a storm moving across a flat landscape. When the words finally came, they described Black American life in the inner city with a panoramic sweep that felt more like a film than a song. Addicts, con men, children, hustlers, mothers, preachers, the whole world of a single block laid out with ache and dignity. Radio wouldn't play the full version. The edited single was trimmed to under 4 minutes and stripped of much of what made it extraordinary. Even that version struggled for consistent airplay in markets where the content made programmers nervous. What's heartbreaking is that by this point, Whitfield and the Temptations were making some of the most ambitious Black music ever put to tape. Nobody was doing anything like it, and the commercial apparatus that was supposed to carry music to the people kept cutting it down. Trimming it, making it smaller, making it safer, making it something it was never meant to be. The album version of Masterpiece is still waiting to be fully discovered by the generation that would love it most. Number 2, Hell Up in Harlem, Edwin Starr, 1974. Edwin Starr had already survived war. That song, recorded for Motown in 1970, had become an anti-Vietnam anthem so massive that even the Pentagon noticed it. Starr had proven that political music could be a hit. Then he went further. Hell Up in Harlem came out in 1974, and it didn't soften anything. It described the violence, poverty, and institutional abandonment of one of America's most famous neighborhoods with a fury that radio simply refused to accommodate. There are 2 million names, but you know the game. By this point, Starr had watched war pave a road he thought he could keep walking. He discovered the road had a gate. He left Motown not long after, moved to England, where audiences treated him with a reverence he never quite found at home. And those who decide who live and who's gonna die. He spent years performing in clubs and theaters across the UK, keeping a career alive through sheer force of talent, while American radio pretended he'd never existed. Edwin Starr died in 2003 in Nottingham, England. He was 59 years old. The obituaries mentioned war. They barely mentioned everything that came after it. The songs that got buried, the career that got pushed across an ocean by an industry that only wanted the parts of him that didn't ask too many questions. He asked anyway, and somewhere in Harlem, the people he was singing for already knew the answer. Number 1, Message from a Black Man, The Temptations.
Yes, my skin is black.
This is the one. This is the song that actually got people called into offices, that actually had stations receive letters, that actually made certain program directors pick up the phone and tell distributors not to bother.
But that's no reason to hold me back.
Message from a Black Man was written by Norman Whitfield and Barrett Strong, first recorded by the Temptations in 1969 for their Puzzle People album. The message of the song was simple and seismic. Black Americans were not going anywhere, not going to disappear, not going to be erased. not going to accept the terms the country had set, and that idea, delivered over a relentless building groove, with the Temptations' voices stacked like a wall of sound that wouldn't move, was apparently too much for certain corners of America to absorb. The song was quietly buried on the album. No single push, no radio campaign. When Whitfield remade it 2 years later with The Undisputed Truth, a newer group he was shaping into an even more explicitly political outfit, the second version got a small single release that again went largely unplayed by mainstream pop stations. But here is what makes this story different from every other story on this list. The song never stopped circulating. It moved through communities the way truth moves, person to person, hand to hand, mixtape to mixtape, decade to decade.
Yes.
By the time hip-hop arrived and producers began digging through soul records looking for samples and inspiration, Message from a Black Man was already a foundation stone. Its DNA is in records you know by heart.
And it's white. Does that make you right?
Norman Whitfield never got the recognition he deserved for the full scope of what he did in those years. Barrett Strong, who co-wrote Money, That's What I Want, and I Heard It Through the Grapevine, and contributed to songs that generated hundreds of millions of dollars, spent decades in legal battles trying to secure royalties and credit that should have been his without argument. He won some of those battles. He lost years he couldn't get back. And the Temptations, who delivered that message with a ferocity that should have made them the most celebrated political band in American music history, are remembered mostly for My Girl, a beautiful song, but not the whole story.
This is a message to you.
Not even close to the whole story. What radio band history kept. What the gatekeepers tried to bury, the music refused to stay buried. And what those songs said about America, about who was being seen and who was being ignored, about whose suffering counted and whose didn't.
Together we stand, divided we fall.
It wasn't revolutionary in the sense of being extreme. It was just the truth, plainly stated, clearly sung. And America, in 1971, was not yet ready to hear it on the radio. Some of us are still waiting.
Black is a color.
Wow, those are all
Africa has never won a World Cup.
or Thomas classics that I grew up on, and Lady Che grew up on.
Mhm. Yeah, it's very interesting. I was taking down notes that you're right, Jesse, that these are the songs that Americans didn't want to sing or listen back then.
White Americans.
White Americans, sorry, white Americans, correction. Back then, white Americans, let me correct that. White Americans back then, the 60s, did not only want to listen to black people's rhythm, but they didn't want to listen to black people's blues.
Yeah.
And how a lot of songs got banned or they never made it to mainstream media. I'm sorry, mainstream radio
Mm-hmm.
on purpose by design.
They still ban the songs. They ban Big Brother K Reno's song "Secret War."
Mm-hmm.
There's truth in that. They ban that off of all major music platforms.
Right. And I see that because when I hear Mzungus, right, and then of course like Asian Hispanics, when they want to sing the rhythms, but they want to sing the blues, it tells me something that
I never could understand that. It's like you hate us so much, but you want to be just like us.
right. For me, I definitely can understand, especially coming from, especially understanding Asian people, right? So Asian,
Mzungu. Yeah. Tell us about Asians.
Yes, so I could tell you. So with Asian people, right? Asian people in my community, they're very reserved. You know, they like peace. I get so peace means they don't like conflict. They don't like to engage in conflict because they know they engage in conflict, they're not going to win the battle.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, they like foundational Black Americans to entertain them, which is a kind of weird dynamic relationship, right?
Mm.
And it goes back to Asian people who value money more than they value human beings. Because I see that in several Asian families, because their kids never get treated like human beings, but almost get treated like commodity.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, what you say, Jesse? Go ahead.
That sounds like the Nabiscos.
Yep, Nabiscos, exactly. Yes, Asian people think very similar like Nabiscos, and yeah, most Asians, or more than almost, split their votes between Democrats and Republicans, despite Asian people voting in higher numbers for Democrats, but nowhere near FBA's voting for Democrats. But I know the trend is changing, and Asians, they have a close proximity to whiteness, right? Because I'm sure you counted Asian people in Colorado,
Yes.
Lady Che and Jesse. Asian people talk like Brad and Becky, so it's
Yeah.
almost like you can say like code switching. But when Asian people
Yeah,
see
I've
FBA,
seen both. I've seen them talk like Brad and Becky, and I've seen them try to talk like us.
right, like with the black.
Especially in the Bay in the Northern California, I've seen that firsthand.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have not been to Cal. I don't go to California very often, but I've seen a fair share of Asians there in California who talk with a black accent. And it's to me, it's just very confusing. It's like, hey, wait a minute, am I talking to an FBA or Asian person, right? And then I had to understand because the environment most Asian people are raised in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, and even I noticed too, when Asian people who grew up with FBA friends, after maybe 10 years or so, um, environments change, right? So Asian people who get into white spaces change their black scent.
Yeah.
And now they want to not say they want to sound like Brad, but they change it to like Brad and Becky to
Mm-hmm.
get to seek economic opportunities, and also because Asian parents put a lot of pressure on their kids.
Yeah.
What kind of friends? What kind of friends their kids can make,
Mm-hmm.
or have or develop a professional relationship.
Right.
So
Yeah.
So yeah, I could. That's pretty much where I come from the Asian perspective, and I don't speak for all Asian people, but what I've noticed too, and studied, and also growing up as well, because I used to live in an affluent area. Saw a lot of my sister's classmates, and of course, neighbors who were very snobbish, just want
Yeah.
to be white in the 1990s. But after I left 2018, it changed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then for the for Hispanics, I mean, I don't want to generalize Hispanics, but I'll say this: Hispanics think that they share something in common with FBAs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess like the dances, the songs, also I guess maybe the black scent. So that's why I think it makes Hispanics want to be more in line with FBAs. But you're right. At the same time, they don't want the FBA's blues, but they want the FBA's rhythms.
Mm-hmm.
They're culture appropriate everything, but it's really sad because for California, they they hate us too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
Right,
like
because
this,
right,
and
right.
they think that they with the immigration shit, like we saw a lot of fucking entitlement. They can't have them, and then to because we didn't go outside and help them. I mean, it was kind of ugly.
Mm-hmm.
But they were already acting out. Like the more I hear about what it's like back home in California right now, the more I don't want to go, but I do want to go. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
want to go home, but I don't want to go home. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? Because I feel like what's going on for real, like
Mm-hmm.
this is just a lot of immigrant shit that's going on. It's kind of like whatever, but it's like you get to tear up our there's a lot of anti-black racism going on.
Yeah. A
Yeah.
lot.
Anyone saying anything about it, they was really showing their ass. I mean, when you got uh, Chicanos or whatever calling black officers out of their race in public. You know what I mean? It's really terrible. And then being able to be throwing the N word around like there's nothing to happen, like nothing could happen. And they'd be like, well, fuck all of you. Fuck they hate us and that we don't deserve reparations until they get reparations. Remember radio show?
American show.
Yeah, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck do you get reparations for?
And then let's not forget that Houston PD. Her name Vanessa Gonzalez.
Yeah, but that's even worse. So
Right.
you really don't. They really were showing their ass about how they don't like us, and then they, the way everybody talks about FBA in the most negative light after all the stuff we've done. It's like we're like at fault for all the immigration. Like, you know what I mean? Like we did what deporting everybody. Like not the government. It's us. So, like we did it. Like everybody's mad at us for what? Being opinionated and uncomfortable with not having economic we're being neglected.
Economic warfare.
Yeah, like we're being mistreated, but everybody's getting deported, but they're looking at us like we did it. Like we're the one deporting them.
Right. I hear that a lot, right? And especially those who are deporting like the immigrants is really the Mzungus
That's what it
in
looks like.
power.
The way they treat the way everybody's being deported, they immediately look at FBA like we're the ones that made that. They go ahead and deport them. Just because we have opinions, didn't mean we're the ones that fucking, signed the work. With the way they're acting, the way everybody's acting is like we did it. It's all for we're the ones, which is really stupid. All I wanted you to do was respect us and fucking stop talking to us like we ain't shit. So and all this shit and go along with the program. But no, instead we're like the one. Everybody looks at us like with the Haiti thing or the Mexico thing or whatever. Looks at us like, yeah, fuck FBA. Like we're the ones that did it.
Right.
Right. Like we made that executive order.
Yeah.
We sent the fucking ICE people there. We're the ones that did. Like we have that kind of control.
Right. It's assumption. I'll say this because Hispanics, right?
Taking the couch opposed to voting for Kamami.
Right.
Or the dump.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Wish we didn't, dude. We can actually take responsibility for something so heinous. Like we have the motherfucking, like we have the control.
Like power, right? Like you guys have the power
and pay for it. Like we have the economic funds to pay for it all.
Right.
National Guard and all this shit to do all this. Like we financially could afford it. Like we're the ones that did it. Like did it last time I checked, FBA don't got no. We're demanding reparations. Where do we have the money to deport anybody?
Right. Exactly right. And I'm sure you noticed too, right? Those immigrants who are parents to FBAs. Have you noticed the FBA? Have you noticed the immigrants are sounding like Becky's and Karens?
I have to say that loud. It's funny now. I'm laughing because I said it out loud.
Oh no, ladies say you're fine. Trust me. I understand because I heard you said that you want that FBAs want to be respected, right? Not only respected, but also FBAs want to be left alone. Because because respect alone is not enough. I think to have respect and to be left alone are going to be equally effective. I'm just saying this from from A's and Hispanics because they have not changed at all, even though your people have done a lot for my people and Hispanics.
The reason why you're even here.
Right.
All non-white immigrants. We're the reason why y'all even here.
Exactly right. And that's what I'm saying for your guys' safety and FBA safety. Just pretty much, I know it's going to upset a lot of, Asian, Hispanic, white progressives. I just think leaving FBAs alone is going to be the best solution and permanent solution because I would rather die to save FBAs than FBAs risking their lives. And when I tell FBAs to run, I really say run, like yelling. You know what I mean? That way, the monsters can eat me up. You guys can have safety, seek safety, and then you guys won't remember to see me anymore. When I tell you guys run away as soon as possible. I'm serious. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not joking, but I'm
Right.
just saying because when I've seen FBA save other people's lives, FBS get eaten up by monsters. And what did the other groups of people remember? They didn't remember FBA's courage, freedom, liberation. And not remember FBA's were frontline
Right.
activists. So I'm now being like Kevin Costner, the bodyguard. When Kevin Costner tells Whitney Houston, "Do not go to Academy Awards. It's not safe."
Mm-hmm.
That's how. I hope it makes sense what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Save yourself, yeah. You get it?
We got it.
We're gonna move forward because we got like a couple of topics to tackle before like shut it down because we have a long day too.
Right.
We have a really long day, like crazy ass long day.
Yeah, but Lady Che, you're definitely safer with Jesse. There's no point of going to California unless you want to go to California. It makes you go with Jesse.
I don't know, man. I'm from California. I have to go.
I know, but I'm just saying the environment has changed in California the last 30, 40 years. I'm only saying this for your, for your concern, safety, and freedom.
Look, I come from California. I have feared nothing about this shit. What I want to see is I don't want to see areas I knew were purely black or not black no more. That kind of my soul. Other than that, I go wherever I wanted by myself and didn't need a male escort. I'm not worried about shit.
All right, at least you have Jesse. At least Jesse can be your backup when you go to California.
Right.
Yeah.
Trust me, Lady Che. You will know. You'll appreciate you'll appreciate what I'm saying. Because I've seen other groups of Asians never protected FBAs, especially in California, especially when they've been friends for over, 20 plus years. I'm saying this because I'm a forecaster. Sure, my forecast might be off, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Maybe 80, 90% of the time. Maybe I'm 10% off.
Right. All right, so moving along, we got Africa has never won a World Cup, and it's on purpose.
Oh yeah, that was like really crazy.
Not once. In almost 100 years of trying, no African men's team has even reached the final. Not Cameroon, not Nigeria, not Ghana, not Senegal. Never. Now look at who those same countries produce. George Weah, an African who won the Ballon d'Or, the award for the single best player on the planet. Didier Drogba, Samuel Eto'o, Sadio Mane, Mohamed Salah. African stars winning the Champions League, breaking records year after year. The whole world already agrees on this. African football talent is second to none. Here's the fact that should stop you cold, family. When France won the World Cup in 2018, around 15 of their 23 players were of African descent. And I do not mean the bench warmers. I mean the stars, the best men on the field. Kylian Mbappe, father from Cameroon, mother from Algeria, was the finest young player in the entire tournament. N'Golo Kante, family from Mali, was the beating heart of that whole team. Paul Pogba, roots in Guinea, scored in the final itself. The spine of the world champions was African. So say it plainly, African blood does not just play at the World Cup. African blood wins it. It has been the best talent on the planet this whole time. It just keeps winning in the wrong shirt, under the wrong flag, singing an anthem that was never theirs. And that should make your blood boil. So do not let anybody tell you Africa is not good enough. The talent has always been there in overwhelming supply. The real question, the one they never ask on television, is this. If African players are good enough to win everything for Europe, then who decided they would never be allowed to win it for Africa? Because this was never a talent gap, family. It was a gate. And today, I am going to show you exactly who built that gate and why it has been held shut on purpose. And look at what that talent has done for everybody except Africa. Walk into almost any great European club of the last 40 years, and you will find an African star at its heart. Drogba did not just become a legend in England. He went back home to the Ivory Coast and helped stop a civil war with a single speech. Eto'o won trophy after trophy across Europe. Egyptians, Senegalese, Ghanaians, Algerians, and Nigerians have lit up every major league on that continent, filling the trophy cabinets of cities that were never theirs. And here is the cruel part. This is not almost good enough talent. This is champion talent. World Cup winning talent. It just keeps winning for everybody except the nations that grew it. That is not bad luck, and it is not a coincidence. It is a design. So let me show you exactly how that machine was built. The first wall is the simplest and the most insulting, the door itself. For most of World Cup history, the entire continent of Africa, dozens and dozens of nations, was rationed a tiny handful of spots in the tournament. Meanwhile, Europe was handed a huge block of places year after year. Go back to 1966. When the World Cup handed out its spots, Europe got 10, Latin America got 4, and Africa and Oceania, all of them together, the fungal shared place. 1 for half the planet. The message could not have been clearer. Your continent is not worth a guaranteed seat at this table. So Africa did something bold. Every single eligible African nation refused to play. They boycotted the entire World Cup rather than beg for scraps. And it worked, a little. Africa was finally granted one guaranteed spot. Just one, for the whole continent. Over the years, that number crawled upward. 2 spots, then 3, then 5. And then it froze at 5 and sat there for almost a quarter of a century, while Europe kept its dozen and more. Only now, with the tournament finally getting bigger, has Africa's number climbed to 9. Late, grudging, and decades after it should have happened. Think about what that rationing actually does. If you only let a few African teams into the tournament, you make it almost mathematically impossible for the continent to break through in numbers. You keep the sample size tiny on purpose. Europe floods the bracket with a dozen teams and calls it fair. Africa gets a handful and is told to be grateful. And this is exactly how they get away with it, family. Hold that thought for 1 second. Real talk, YouTube has shut down channels for telling stories exactly like this one. So I need you to find us off this platform. Go to blackstories-untold.com, join our mailing list, and make sure we stay connected no matter what they do. Now, back to the machine, because rationing the door is only the first move. The second one is even more clever. They take the talent before it can ever grow up African. Here is how the drain works. A boy in Senegal, or Ghana, or the Ivory Coast shows a rare gift with a ball at 10, 11, 12 years old, and the scouts come. European academies put best African children across the sea while they are still teenagers. They grow up in Europe. They are trained in Europe. Their best years, their peak, their prime. All of it is spent making European clubs rich and European leagues great. The continent grows the seed. Europe harvests the fruit. And it gets sharper than that. Some of these players, raised in Europe, end up playing for European national teams. So the very genius that Africa produced does not just skip the African club. It skips the African flag entirely and lines up for France or Portugal or Belgium instead. Look at almost any powerhouse European side and start counting the African surnames. The engine of France, African. The stars of Belgium, of Portugal, of England, African blood. One single generation removed from a continent that never gets to claim them. Now flip it around and let the anger sit with you for a second. Imagine that same talent, all of it, pulled back home. Imagine Mbappe lining up for Cameroon. Imagine a Senegal, a Nigeria, a Ghana that got to keep every one of its gifted sons instead of shipping them off to win glory for the very countries that once colonized them. That team would terrify the entire planet. And that is exactly the team the world has quietly made sure you will never get to see. That is what was stolen, family. Not just players, the glory. The chance for African nations to stand on top of the world with their own children, in their own colors, hearing their own anthem play. They took that. And when an African nation does try to call its sons home, even for a few weeks, the European clubs fight it. There are club owners who have said out loud that they do not want to sign African players because those players might leave to represent their own continent in the Africa Cup of Nations. Let that land. They will take the talent. They just do not want it remembering where it came from. So now you have 2 walls, a narrow door and a pipeline that drains the best players out before they ever mature at home. But there is a third wall, and this one hits at the worst possible moment: money. African federations run on a fraction of what European federations spend, and that gap does not just sit quietly in the background. It explodes at the exact moment an African team is about to do something great. Over and over, at World Cups, African squads have been thrown into chaos by disputes over unpaid bonuses, right in the middle of the tournament. This is documented. It is not a rumor. At the 2014 World Cup, the Cameroon team refused to even board the plane over unpaid money and showed up a day late. That same year, Ghana had to physically fly about $3 million in cash across the ocean to Brazil just to stop its own players from going on strike mid-tournament. Nigeria's players boycotted a training session over their bonuses right before they were knocked out. Picture that. You are one of the best teams on the continent. You have fought through everything just to get there. And instead of resting and preparing for the biggest game of your life, you are arguing over money that should have already been paid. European giants do not spend their tournament like that. They cannot even imagine it. That is what an empty treasury does to a dream. It sabotages you from the inside at the very moment you are closest to the top. And that brings us to the closest they ever came. The moment that tells this entire story in a single kick. This is the part that still hurts. For years, the ceiling for African teams was the quarterfinal. So close to the top four and never through. Cameroon reached it in 1990 and thrilled the world. Senegal reached it in 2002 in their very first World Cup ever after beating the defending champions in the opening game. But the one that breaks your heart is Ghana in 2010. It was the World Cup, held on African soil, in South Africa. The whole continent was behind Ghana. They fought their way to the quarterfinal against Uruguay, one win away from becoming the first African team in history to reach the semifinal. The match went to extra time, and in the very last minute, Ghana sent in a header that was going into the net. The goal that would have ended it. The goal that would have made history for an entire continent. And a Uruguayan player, standing on the goal line, reached up with both hands and slapped the ball away. Like a goalkeeper, he was thrown out of the game for it. But the damage was done. Ghana was given a penalty kick. One kick to win it for all of Africa, on African soil. The striker stepped up, and he hit the ball off the crossbar, inches too high. The whole continent's breath caught in its chest and then collapsed. The game went to a shootout, and Uruguay won it. Ghana went home. One hand on the line, one kick off the bar. That is how close the door came to opening, and it slammed shut again. Do you see the pattern now? It is not one thing, it is everything, all at once. Ration the door so few can enter. Drain the talent so it grows up somewhere else. Starve the budget so the team cracks under pressure at the summit. And then, when a team fights through all of that and gets one hand on history anyway, the smallest cruel moment slams the door one more time. And the world shrugs and says, well, impressive for an African team. Impressive for an African team. That phrase is the whole crime in 4 words. It is a ceiling disguised as a compliment. But here is where the story turns and where the payoff lands. Because in 2022, Morocco did something no African team had ever done. They did not just reach the quarterfinal, they smashed through it. They knocked out powerhouse after powerhouse and marched all the way to the semifinal, the furthest any African men's team has ever gone. And the whole planet watched an African team play like it belonged in the last 4 of the world, because it did. Morocco still did not reach the final. The ceiling cracked, but it did not shatter. And that crack is exactly why this story matters more now than ever. Because for decades, they sold you the idea that it just could not be done, that Africa was simply not built for the final. Morocco proved that was always a lie. The moment the structure loosened even a little, an African team surged toward the top, which tells you the only thing that was ever really holding them back was the structure itself. So here is the grand truth this whole story was built to show you. When an African player wins the Ballon d'Or for a club in Europe, the world calls it a beautiful talent story. They celebrate the genius. But ask them why the nation that raised that genius, that fed him, that gave him to the world, has never once lifted the World Cup. And suddenly the whole world goes quiet. Because there is no talent answer to that question. The talent was never the problem. The talent was never even in question. It was the gate. It was always the gate. This is the same machine again, just wearing a different jersey. Take the raw genius out of Africa, grow rich on it somewhere else, and make sure the place it came from stays capped, subordinate, and grateful for the scraps. They did it with gold and diamonds and cobalt, and they do it with the beautiful game too. The players were never the problem, family. They were always the proof. The proof of how much was there to take and how carefully someone built the walls to keep Africa from ever holding up the trophy its own children keep winning for everybody else. This was Black Stories Untold, and as always, thanks for watching. If you want more stories like this, click the video on your screen right now.
And like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, what are your thoughts on that?
Family and fellow soldiers.
Oh yeah, my thoughts on
my
that.
last one, Mike.
Yeah, my thoughts on that. Europe. I'm not surprised because Europeans know that African soccer players are very talented, and that Europeans definitely need Africans to play for the team, but not give ownership to them, right? And it's not that different from the transatlantic slave trade, right? And convict leasing, and also the Europeans rig the system because why would they rig a system when they know Africans are going to win, right? It's about competition, and so that's why I think the Europeans did it intensely, especially with Belgium. I'm not so I'm not sure if Belgium played against Ghana or South Africa in the tournament, but she was telling me that yeah, Europeans were getting angry, upset, the European soccer players, and they told the referee to pretty much, you could say like cheat, like pretty much like cheat the system.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why Phil Scott said, "What's the point of going? What is the point of traveling from America to Europe? They're like cousins. They're like best friends.
Yeah,
I'm sure
they
they
are.
speak like
And you
different languages."
gave it to Spain as if Spain ain't no racist ass country.
Yep, Spain. Yep, exactly. Yes. And by the way, I'm seeing some FBAs going to Spain. What do you guys say about that?
And then we just had somebody recently that lady said I moved to Spain.
I mean, not just. I mean, yeah, some move to Spain, but try to Spain. I mean, what do you guys got to say about that to your FBA brothers and sisters?
I mean, that's a form of Moorish.
And you got the passport. You go anywhere you want as long as you come back.
Oh, okay. I just thought that Phil Scott. Yeah, I really thought you agree with Philip Scott that it's better to travel to the African continent where you're not dealing with so much Beckys and Karens unlike European countries.
Just traveling,
Traveling
period, is good.
would be great. Look, FBAs are deserving of a fucking vacation anywhere they want to go. That's not fleeing. We're going on vacation.
Right.
We're right back. You know what I mean? We'll be back. We're going on vacation. We might go and stay for as long as we want, like maybe a year or two.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we earned it. We deserve it. We got a passport. We can go.
Right.
Oh, right. Understand that. But you understand that Phil Scott prefers FBAs to travel to the African continent over.
It's because Phil Scott is trying to sell tours.
Yeah, that's because that's his thing. You know, that's what they do. They go on these little African tours. It's for his benefit. Yeah, that's how he makes money too.
Right.
You know, it's not necessarily for everybody. Not everybody wants to go to Africa.
You sure about it? Because Phil Scott said that the food in Africa is very good, much better than in Europe.
Well, it has some flavor, but I don't want to eat no damn bush meat.
Bush meat?
I don't know, man. Like, I mean, if I went to my best friend's family's house, I'm sure I'd just eat standard, like some good ass South African cuisine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But other than that, like, I mean, I don't really have interest in going somewhere that doesn't necessarily want me there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I'm saying just traveling to the African continent because Philip Scott said traveling to Europe is like, my gosh, he has to report the story that FBA's brothers and sisters experienced racism in Italy, France, Germany, just traveling, Greece. And Phil Scott said, brothers and sisters, why are you going to spend thousands of dollars on a plane ticket to get discriminated in Europe on vacation? Look, if I want to experience racism, I'd rather experience racism in America with protection. And Phil Scott gets upset that brothers and sisters are not listening to his message about traveling to Africa as a safer, vacation route.
Yeah, it depends. I wouldn't say everybody wants to go to Africa. Some people want to go to the islands. Some people want to go to the Middle Eastern countries. You know what I mean? Some people just want to go to the other place, other states. You know what I mean? It really depends on. It really depends on the person. People just want to go on a motherfucking cruise. You know what I mean? And have a whole adventure from like for 7 days. It really just depends. I mean, I don't say that it might not, there's places that just want our economic
Dollars?
dollars, because we are the biggest what is it called, Jesse?
Consumers.
We have the most money in the world.
Spending power.
Spending power, thank you, Jesse. So yeah, I think that's where that lies. They just want us there for that. Or that's where sometimes we get to certain places that's overcharging or super taxing, we don't rules or how much things are. So people are paying out their pocket. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would think that it really just depends, but in America, as long as we fucking have a passport and all this shit is good, we should be allowed to go on vacation to wherever we want to go. Because we're not.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree. Right. But you understand because Philip Scott doesn't like to hear brothers and sisters traveling while black abroad, especially into Europe and Asian and Latin American countries.
That's because he's selling a tour to whatever country he wants to go to.
Right, tour, right.
Right. So, that's what he's doing. There's other people there. It's not just you and your family and his family. There's like 12 other motherfuckers and their families for.
Right.
So it's a thing. But I don't want to go nowhere right now where there's a lot of conflict, and right now they're on a purge of everybody go back home to their own country.
Yep.
So that they're let them do what they're doing because that's what we're doing over here. So it's like everybody go home in every country. Everybody just take your motherfucking ass home. If you really paid attention, Europe's doing it. Africa's doing it all over the continent. Right, we're doing it. So everybody's like, now you know what, man, fuck all this shit. Everybody take the motherfucking ass back to their own country.
Right.
So until that chills out, we should just travel to places where we're gonna be welcome, and instead of being in the way of whatever cleanup and purge is going on in
Right, but you also understand where I'm coming from because I remember FBA's sister reported not so great treatment in Japan on vacation. She had
it's racist in Asia too. It's racist
exactly. Yeah.
Where on
exactly
experience it.
Right, so it's global. So right. So you're
more than others. But
right.
It's there.
Why would we want to a country that creates dolls and is based on our African children to abuse them? You know what I mean? Only for us to see it right there in person. And some places are just not black accommodating.
Right, exactly.
If you think you got one moving in, it's all of a sudden it's like an Asian flight or a white flight. You know what I mean? And you think we're coming to live there forever, and that's not really the case. It's just want to just check it out and maybe stay for a few months to see what it's like.
Right. Well, I mean, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, to exercise caution. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not preventing FBS from trying where they want to go, but I'm saying this because because I used to have a utopia of thinking back then. Seeing FBA trying to ace, okay, great, but then I was naive or blindsided about the racism. So you can understand where I'm coming from because I'm following Philip Scott's message. Telling brothers and sisters, be careful where you travel abroad because anti-black racism is global, and don't want their vacation to be ruined because they're traveling while black, and that can be very frustrating, especially when you spend so much money on plane tickets that you can never ask for a refund to come back to America after what few nights, even though you're there for like 2 weeks because of that one incident of anti-black racism, whether it's in Asia, Europe, or Latin America, because you want that $1,000 plane ticket to be worth that money for 2 weeks, right? And not
Yeah.
have to worry about anti-black racism while Charlie, it's funny. Even Breeze probably disagree with me, and Breeze probably tells me I'm crazy. No, I'm looking out for FBAs when they travel abroad because I don't want them to have a negative experience when they travel there for 2 weeks. Whereas Muzungus, when they travel to Asia, Europe, or Latin America, they never had to experience racism given their white privilege, and they can have and that $1,000 they spend on plane ticket, they don't have to worry about booking a flight home quickly. I mean, early. I know
Right.
it sounds. I know I kind of sound like Kevin Costner in the movie The Bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
I never went abroad, but when I was a small child, I did travel back and forth to Mexico. One of my grandfathers would have able to go back and forth, right? But I'll tell you this right now: everywhere we go, there's anti-black racism, and then there's anti-black FBA racism.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, we're under the assumption that it's everywhere and at any point in time, even if the skin complexion matches your own, you're subjected to such things.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is, we don't want to just act out and do bad things in other countries. So we just mind our business, have a good time, and go back home.
Right.
If you do any more than that, you could be stuck there serving time. Like family member I know that I have served 2 years because they acted out one time. Did something like a drunken I don't know, egregious thing, but he could have did the same bullshit in America. But took it to a whole new place and spent 2 years in motherfucking locked up abroad, and being black and from the South, locked up in another country because you got drunk and a little bit too handy. Yeah, so you can really suffer the consequences for that. So we know, we've seen it.
Okay, right. I mean, I understand. I mean, I'm not trying to like restrict FBAs where they go on vacation, right? They want to go to Asia, Europe, or Latin America. I'm just trying to like
not it for coming up with the FBA threat database. So we know exactly what areas are safe for FBAs and which areas is not.
The global database. That was nice.
Yeah, I know. I kind of like sound like Bruce Willis telling FBAs to exercise caution.
We've been living with it for decades.
Right.
But thank you
Yeah.
for you.
Right.
It's nice to know somebody cares.
Right. So moving along, we got the crime report.
Yeah.
Last Friday's crime report. Racist uses black kids for target practice. So Professor Black Truth will give us an update on that. Where everybody go? Everybody fell asleep on this.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday crime report. Cocoa, Florida, Sunday, June 12th, 2026, 7 o'clock p.m. The black community has long pointed out that these anti-black racists, whatever their skin color, make it a point to target black children in particular, and not just to harm them, but to kill them. This is psychopathic racism that only we face, and it's simply because in their sick minds, these white supremacists think that this validates their superior status, that they can get away with murder, but they only get to exercise this sick impulse with black people. And that being the case, why not just go all the way with it? Don't just kill a black person. Go ahead and kill the picture of black innocence, a child. They target them because there is no bottom to the depravity of anti-black racism, no matter the color of whomever is practicing it. In this case, just before 7 o'clock p.m., police were called to Rosa L. Jones Drive in Cocoa, Florida, regarding a disturbance. A witness had said that a white woman swerved her vehicle toward Black children who were playing outside. The children's mother told investigators that this woman made a comment referring to it as target practice.
As West 2's Brevard County reporter Megan Moriarty explains, all of this happened in a school zone.
The mother of the victims told police that she had yelled at the white woman when she swerved. She said the suspect gave her the middle finger and yelled a racial slur. The Black mother confronted the white woman about the incident, and she allegedly said, "Yes, I did try to run your effing children over." Officers said that the white woman was in a, quote, highly agitated state when they arrived and tried to speak to her. The white woman admitted to making the target practice comment, but she quickly tried to minimize it by telling the police that it was just a joke. She also said that she had made a wide turn and she denied swerving toward the children. She told police that once she drove past the kids, she operated her vehicle in a dangerous manner, commonly referred to as a donut. So she started spinning donuts is what she started doing. She then drove to the apartment complex where she parked and got out of the vehicle. Police said that while they were on the scene trying to get both sides of the story, this white woman then started to threaten the officers. According to the police, as they prepared to talk to witnesses, the white woman allegedly said that she would soon be delivering a special present to the officers and said that it was a threat. Now, this white woman was threatening the police to their faces, and yet you notice they didn't use deadly force when they arrested her, even though she had been behind the wheel of a vehicle. Well, why would they kill her? She's not Black. For some reason, their training, which always compels them to kill Black people who are totally unarmed, rarely ever compels them to kill a white person who's armed, and almost never compels them to kill a white person who's unarmed. Apparently, that's how their training works. And that's the only reason that she was arrested. That and nothing else. Had she not threatened the police, they would have let her off with a ticket, if that. See, under white supremacy, genetic immunity from the law is the highest rule, because that is the chief tangible benefit that white supremacy bestows on those it classifies as white. So you have to really try, and I mean put in some real effort, in order to get the police to impose upon that principle, right? Now, the racist white woman has since been identified as 59-year-old Pamela Dresser. Dresser now faces 10 charges, including 2 counts of making a threat against a public servant, 4 counts of child abuse without great bodily harm, and 4 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. Notice how the white media lists the least important crime that she committed first, threatening the police as the first offense that they list, and they listed the most serious offense, the one where she tried to kill those Black children, dead last. That's to let you know that they recognize the only reason that this woman got arrested was because she threatened the police. They know that's the only reason that she actually got booked. And also to list this as being without intent to kill, just understand, had she succeeded in hitting and killing any of those Black children, the authorities would still have listed it as without intent to kill. They would say, well, we can't know what was on her mind at the time of the crime, even though she admitted that she was using the children for target practice. Meanwhile, these same prosecutors can tell you that Carmelo Anthony intended to kill someone, even though he explicitly told his attacker not to come any closer, and he made no move toward his attacker. So your skin color is the sole determinant of what you get charged with. Astonishingly, this Dresser woman's actually being held on a bond of $250,000. And of course, you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't her first run-in with the law.
We found Dresser has 4 previous arrests for theft, battery, resisting an officer, and disorderly intoxication. She's at the Brevard County Jail without bond.
Did you get that? 4 previous arrests for theft, battery, resisting an officer, and disorderly intoxication. Now, at what point is her driver's license taken away from her? How many tries does she get before she actually gets locked up and punished? Well, if she was Black, that would be the point when it happens. But of course she's not, so she's allowed to stay on the loose. Why? Precisely to commit the kind of crimes like the one she attempted to do, to kill Black people. That's why they let trash like this remain on the loose. Now, what's really interesting is that for the white media outlets who covered this story, not one of them, not even one, mentioned the race of the children who this piece of dirt tried to kill. Apparently, none of these white media outlets saw that as being a salient or important point to point out at all. They just decided to say, well, there was a racial slur, but we can't give any specifics. So it's no surprise that this garbage is happening in Ron DeSantis' Florida. This is the environment that he wanted to create, to embolden precisely this kind of violence against Black people in general and Black children in specific. This is what his actual policy is. all his hate mongering and stochastic terrorism, all of his nonstop lies that black people are somehow oppressing white people and that white people have to fight back, starting with his illegal policy initiatives. Sure, they were mostly struck down by the courts, but his stupid performative extremism wasn't meant to be carried out by politicians. It was meant to encourage and embolden trash like this Drescher woman to do exactly what she attempted to do. Not that they needed much encouragement to be their typical evil selves. And this is the reason why we require an anti-black hate crime law, one specifically for us. And not only must that law address the actions of these ununiformed white supremacists like this Drescher character, but it also needs to address the stochastic terrorism that comes from these politicians. See, this is what the Israel lobby and others would like. They would like to make it where basically anyone who's in political office or in the private sector, well, there's all of these laws that make it where you're not even allowed to criticize Israel. You're not allowed to say anything that they don't even like. Well, in that case, then, if they want to try to do that for people who are foreigners on the other side of the world, they have absolutely no justifiable reason not to do it for black citizens right here at home. And speaking of things that can be done right here at home, when it comes to black children, there needs to be a robust response to these kind of attacks. You know that these white supremacists are targeting black children, and self-defense is something that every black person needs to take dead seriously. Something that everybody can do is to make sure that whenever some white supremacist, you got a car stopper on hand. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. Because what garbage like Pamela Dresser and others are counting on is that so long as they don't do anything against the police or against another member of the dominant society, as long as they limit their violence strictly to going after black people, why, they already know that the police and the prosecutors are going to just keep cutting them loose time and time again. Their immunity from law remains intact. That's what they're counting on. What they're betting on is that black people will continue to sit back and hope that maybe the thugs in blue, these white supremacists with badges, are actually going to do something about one of their own, when the entire reason that this Pamela Dresser creep was even on the streets was precisely because they refused to do anything about her. And even now, as far as they're concerned, they're going to be doing everything they can to throw out all the charges, except for the one about the police, because they're trying to get her on code. Hey, you're not supposed to be doing that with us now. We didn't leave you out here so that you could threaten us. We left you out here so you could threaten the niggers. And that's what leads to instances like this, because they have been made very confident by a system that allows them to remain on the loose, and also an inadequate response from their targets. You have to change one of those equations. Obviously, the thugs in blue and the prosecutors, they're the very ones who utilize the Pamela Dressers to carry out the kind of attacks that they don't feel like they can. So it's up to black people from their end to change that equation. And that means taking black self-defense dead seriously and making certain that if somebody calls themselves thinking that they're going to be using their car or anything else as some sort of lethal weapon against black people, especially against black children, well, make sure they find out that even if they do hit, they certainly will never run. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Michael Anderson, Wally Bilal, Yafet Jones, Norma Anthony, and Jundo Beats. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Please. All right, what are your thoughts on that, Michael?
Oh man, I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised Phil Scott never covered that, but I'm glad you covered it. Yeah, you know, that lady, she looks very sick and evil. Like, she needs to be in a mental
Shabbat Shalom,
health
family. We're having
institution.
a
And
very
I
loud.
definitely
Oh yeah.
under strict supervision, and then for her to drive a car and crash into black children like they're a target practice. Yeah, that tells me something that Mzungus have not really changed in this country at all, and they definitely want to use black children as a target practice for economic reasons, whether it's to make coats, clothing, food. So yeah, these people have not changed, and yeah, and yes, and foundational Black Americans, right, especially children, number one victims of police brutality. So that's why the anti-black hate crime bill needs to be passed, because it's not only civilians who practice anti-black racism, it's also the police.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if the court and the jurors give her probation.
She needs to be charged with a hate crime.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely a hate crime. Yeah, I was like, I highly doubted I highly doubted the police officer charged her with evading the police. I'm like, there's no way. If they did charge her evading police, then how can the police? Why did it take the police a long time to stop the civilian from attacking the children further? You know what I mean?
Because they're in on it.
Right, exact right. They're in on it, right. But if it's if it was FBA's, the outcomes would be very different.
Oh yeah, completely.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm surprised Phil Scott didn't cover that. I thought Phil Scott normally would cover everything. But wow.
Yeah, you can't cover everything. You can try though.
hmm
Um,
Yeah,
no,
but Jesse, would you agree with me that foundational Black Americans face are number one in hate crimes from police
yes,
brutality?
from everybody, especially the police.
The police, right? I noticed something like on your so you mentioned white people first, then you mentioned Asian Hispanic. Is there a reason why you go by orderly number? I'm just curious.
That's the pecking order in this country.
Because I know that, yes, that's true that three groups of people practice anti-black racism. But I noticed that every YouTube content creator start with white supremacists first, and then they work their way down to Asians, Hispanics, who
Yeah,
practice anti-black racism.
yeah, because we're fighting racism and white supremacy, so we got to start with the whites.
The whites. Got it. Yeah, yeah. Sorry to ask a silly question, but I was just curious.
That's just the pecking order in this country. So it's
Right.
white, and I guess yellow,
Asians and then Hispanics.
yeah, and black.
Black. So when you say black, you mean the Africans, right?
It's just black. Period.
Okay. Right. But yeah, what do you think of that old lady? She looks sick and demented, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like, wow. I'm like, even when she was, let's say if she were in mental health, I can't believe how the mental health institutions did not keep a close eye on her. Yeah.
That's why we need to bring asylums back.
Mm-hmm.
With people like
Yep.
that.
And we can all thank who Ronald Reagan for deinstitutionalizing mental health
Mm-hmm.
in the 1980s.
Yep. And closing down all the mental asylums.
Asylums. Yeah, what is your reaction on that when you found out Reagan had to do it because he wanted to privatize government service and he said, let the free market take over.
He's just doing what a typical damn capitalist Republican does.
Mm-hmm. That Reagan said, government is not the solution to the problem. The government is the problem to the solution.
Yeah, well, Republicans are always about small government.
Right. And even like centrist, even like I think some Democrats in the 80s joined Reagan to make cuts to mental health services.
Yeah, those are neoliberals.
Yep. And then Bill Clinton came in, did not reverse Reagan's economic policies or partially reversed.
Now he doubled, if not tripled down on them.
Mm-hmm. Right. And that's why Bill Clinton is called, what is Bill Clinton? Oh, Bill Clinton's called the great communicator, just like Ronald Reagan. Get it?
Yeah, Slick Willie. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What do you
Yeah.
think about the report, Lady Chen?
Very fascinating. Very sad.
Yeah, it's very sad. You know, those kids definitely do not deserve to be chased like that, especially like as a crash dummy or as a target practice. That is like unacceptable. Like, why couldn't the white woman do that to her own community? I mean, do that with her own children in the white community.
Because she knows she wouldn't get away with it.
Right. Yeah, that's sick. Like I said, she's very sick and demented. Yeah, I agree with you, Jesse, that yeah, she definitely needs to be charged for what'd you say for attempted manslaughter, right?
That too.
Yep. And
And
I highly doubt yeah, I highly doubt that the police ever took a breathalyzer from her, took her alcohol test.
no, they gave her a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, just
Straight up
it just doesn't make any sense. And also they didn't disclose what was her alcohol content level to say that she was intoxicated.
And they're not because who's she targeting? Black children.
Black children, right, right. And then when the police say, "Oh, she was just having a bad day, confused," but okay, she was having a bad day, confused. But then why was she so?
Say is, I was correcting them, and they didn't listen. So I tried
Right.
because the Casual Killing Act never got overturned. It's
Mhm.
still in full effect.
Wow. And this
Mhm.
killer, that's right. So this act is from the 1980s, right?
Oh, this act is from the 17th century.
Wow, that is so wow. That's like several centuries back. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's from like 1740, where they said
1740.
you could get away, you could kill a black or a slave,
Mhm.
get away with it if you were in the process of correcting them.
Wow. And this is called the Killers Act.
The Casual Killing Act.
Okay, the Castle Killing Act. Got it. Okay, got it. Makes sense. Wow, I didn't know that law still that law's been in place since the 1740s. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We're living in 2026.
Yeah. So this is why Karen does the shit she does.
Right. So do you think a M16 assault rifle is going to stop Karens from doing it? Would you agree?
I don't think it's gonna stop them.
But
They'll,
I meant to say like suit the, to like
they'll think twice about it, but it's not gonna stop them.
I'm talking about like suiting the wheels at least.
These are psychopathic savages we're dealing with.
Yeah. But at least with the M16 assault rifle, it can stop her from going from stopping her progress. When I say that, I mean like like suiting the wheels. You know what I mean? So the core, huh?
It's a deterrent.
Right.
Slow her down, but if she wanna do what she gonna do, she gonna do it.
Right. Because at least that powerful rifle can go through the glass. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Arm yourself at all times.
Mm-hmm. Right.
She tried to run them over with a car, like.
Yeah, that is wow. And I'm surprised the parents did not supervise the kids
The parents is probably at work or something. We don't know
at
this.
work. Oh, okay, wow, yeah, because those kids so young, you know what I mean, precious.
Yeah.
Gosh, whew.
Yeah.
Man,
So
I hope Phil Scott covers that news next day. I mean, covers what happened in Texas with a sick Karen running over FBA children.
Mm-hmm. I hope so too. So moving along, we got deadly floods return to Texas. No warning systems put to test. So about a year ago, they had that flooding. And remember, who was this punk ass name? Oh, Charlie Kirk.
Yep, Charlie Kirk in Utah.
Said this shit had happened to these white children or some crazy shit where the flooding took place, and it was like around a bunch of sundown towns in Texas.
Thunderstorm right now. It's
They watched the little girl camp away or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
loud. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about Texas. Texas had probably one of the worst floods. And on top of having a really bad flood, it flooded in the same place that it flooded in 2025. And it was a pretty bad flood in 2025. But I think this one really tops the one from 2025. So they are under deep water, and it came from a very heavy storm, and several inches were accumulated in a very short period of time. And y'all, this is just looking like more judgment on many of these states. You know, Texas is one of those states that jailed a lot of people that ended up getting exonerated, and a lot of mass incarceration went on in Texas, and many of our people did not get fair trials. So I guess the chickens have finally come home to roost, for real. So let me share my screen. Boy, it is buckets pouring out here. We may end up with several inches. I mean, it is really coming down. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
We are back with a Fox weather alert. Right now, Texas is dealing with deadly flooding with dozens of counties under states of emergency.
Robert Ray is live on the ground in San Antonio with more. Robert.
Yeah, good morning. 2 dead, unfortunately, according to Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And look at these images from the past couple days at floodwaters inundating towns like Uvalde yesterday. Over 2 feet of rain blowing up creeks, streams, and rivers. In fact, that town of Uvalde was completely inundated. Nobody could get around. First responders having problems getting into areas where people needed to be rescued, and evacuations continued. We are told that over 230 water rescues have occurred in the past couple of days. And then on top of that, from the air, helicopters circling regions, plucking people out of harm's way. All of this with rounds of storms that all began on Monday, including tornado warnings and tornadoes that touched down north of San Antonio. And you look at some of this video from the air and you realize just how intense these neighborhoods were swamped. Here's Texas Governor Greg Abbott on the situation.
One is a male near Comfort who was swept away in an RV. Another is a female in Uvalde who was swept away while driving on a road.
All this just over 1 year from the tragic incident in Kerrville where 135 people lost their lives in nocturnal flash flooding. There is trauma in this region, and the hope is that no more of these systems come in anytime soon. Next week looks to be dry.
This is Goat Creek, and it is close to Kerrville. And the people who live along this creek tell me they've never seen, in fact, they've never even heard of it doing what it did this week. Sure, it floods. It flooded last July on July 4th. But did it do things like this? Did it put 2x4s that high up in the trees? No, they've never seen that. Look across the creek. There's a pickup truck. They don't know where that came from. And so the people who are in these homes just back here who say that they've never had water get up to the homes before. They almost couldn't believe it when at 3 o'clock in the morning, they find out that there's water coming in the back door. And they told me that within 20 minutes, the water coming in the back was then waist deep. And they escaped, but just barely. And now they're kind of left stuck looking around in disbelief at just how severe this flood was and how much they have now to clean up.
The Guadalupe River continues to rush downstream as it drains the floodwaters in Kerrville. Howdy, I'm meteorologist Josh Johns with Fox 4 in Dallas, Texas, and this river continues to flow at a rapid rate. You can see the torrents behind me as this is rushing from Kerrville down towards Center Point and eventually towards Comfort before it continues through the hill country, eventually going into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, today is Friday, and yesterday, Thursday, this river was about 12 to 15 feet higher. At its current rate, it could fill up an Olympic swimming pool in 20 seconds. But yesterday, on Thursday, it only took 2 seconds. Look upstream here as we look at the bridge, the Sidney Baker Bridge, which carries Highway 16. There's a barge that ran into the bridge there. I have a buddy who is a AgriLife extension agent in Medina County. He mentioned, and his family has land here, he mentioned that a barge broke free around Ingram and slammed into a bridge in Kerrville. Not completely sure if it's that one, but it would fit the picture. And because of that, Highway 16 is closed. To give you an idea of how high the river was here, look behind me. That is the water line just above the bush there. So you can keep in mind that I'm roughly about 5'11". That's 2 to 3 times my height. That's how high the water was yesterday. We're continuing to watch flooding rainfall across parts of the Lone Star State. Other rivers are high. The Llano will be high today. The Pedernales continues to drain, and more water from last night fell near Lakey. That is going to be rushing towards Uvalde. So unfortunately, only going to get worse before it gets better here as they try to clean up from the flooding here in the Lone Star State.
Run! Run! It's coming at us! Run! That's gonna get crushed by this bridge. Run! 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 It's coming at us! Run! The dry Devil's River is about to overtop the bridge here on Main Street in Sonora. You even see debris starting to stack up against the bridge. It's about to overtop. Very dangerous situation here, life threat. Over its bank somewhere. This is a flash flood emergency, life-threatening situation. PDS flash flood emergency in Sonora, Texas on Dry Devil's River. Still here? Water boat.
The desperate efforts to rescue families trapped in another historic hill country flood. The Guadalupe River again pushing a deadly surge of water downstream.
When they talk about a wall of water, it is literally a wall of water.
First responders battling their way through black water to reach those trapped in the middle of the night. Rescuing Robert Shelton and his family from their flooded home in Kerrville.
Within a blink of an eye, it was already waist level, and then the door broke open and more water came rushing in.
He says they sheltered in the attic for more than 2 hours until rescuers could save them.
I was scared the house was going to break apart.
Daylight revealing the heart-sinking scope of yet another disaster here in Texas. 2 people are dead, more than 70 already rescued from the waters. It's the second 1,000-year flood in just over 1 year. The devastated community still reeling from the unprecedented 4th of July flood last year that killed 119 people in Kerr County alone.
It happened again. Unbelievable.
A memorial dedicated to the victims of last year's floods unveiled just 2 weeks ago, now underwater. The major highways left impassable in and out of the area. The water swelling into homes here, leaving some, like Carolyn Lampy, unsure whether they'll have a home left.
Well, my husband is fixing to be 90 years old, so this is really, really hard on him. He's having a really difficult time wrapping his head about maybe losing everything, at age 90.
What is being called a large and deadly flood wave is surging through the Texas Hill Country, and it's happening in many of the same communities devastated by last year's historic disaster. Flash flood emergencies, the highest level of flood warning, have been issued for parts of Kerr County and all of Uvalde County as slow-moving storms dump up to 20 inches of rain. Dozens of water rescues have already been reported as floodwaters sweep across south central Texas. The Guadalupe River in Comfort rose nearly 25 feet in 1 hour and topped the crest level seen last July, when flooding in South Texas killed more than 130 people, including children and counselors at Camp Mystic. The threat today is far from over. High risk of flooding remains in place, with catastrophic flash flooding and dangerous river rises still possible as more torrential rainfall moves through the region today and tonight.
This isn't just heavy rain anymore. Parts of Texas are now under a life-threatening flash flood emergency, and the situation is changing by the hour. A powerful storm system has triggered dangerous flash flooding across parts of central and south central Texas, turning roads into rivers and forcing emergency crews into nonstop rescue operations. Officials say at least 2 people have died, while more than 230 people have already been rescued from rising floodwaters. Rescue teams have been using boats, helicopters, and specialized emergency units to reach stranded residents as water continues rising in several communities. The hardest hit areas include parts of the Texas Hill Country, where days of relentless rain caused rivers to rise rapidly and forced road closures across the region. Authorities are urging people to stay off flooded roads, warning that conditions can change within minutes. Governor Greg Abbott has declared disaster areas across dozens of counties and says thousands of emergency personnel and rescue equipment have been deployed as Texas prepares for the possibility of more heavy rainfall. Officials continue monitoring river levels and weather conditions closely, saying the danger isn't over yet as additional rain could quickly worsen flooding in already saturated areas. Follow for latest updates.
Yeah, it's mostly in Mazungu communities anyways.
It's like you guys don't listen to my videos. I mean, I keep saying Texas is terrible. It's an awful place to live because of storms and tornadoes and hurricanes, and the awful summer weather is just wet, and the bugs, and I can just go on and on and on. And last year at this time, these floods, yeah, massive floods. Oh yeah, it's a 100-year flood, 1,000-year flood. It'll never happen. Here you are again with massive flooding. What are you doing? I have to question your sanity at this point. This is not a good place to live. Texas is an awful place to live. When you have to worry about weather constantly, believe me, I've been there. I've lived in Florida. So yeah, there's something about having peace and quiet, peace and quiet. That's what this is. I live in Vegas. I don't have to worry about weather at all. Just occasionally it's a little hot in the summertime, but it's hot everywhere. But Texas, stop. Get out. Leave now while you still can. Because that 100-year flood is going to be next year, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that.
Disturbing new video here. It shows several deer being swept away by floodwaters in Boerne, Texas, northwest of San Antonio. No word tonight on whether those animals survived this. Heavy rainfall causing rivers and creeks to rise, forcing evacuations. City leaders are warning people there the flooding is a serious, life-threatening situation. Avoid flooded roads and never drive around barricades. As the saying goes, turn around, don't drown.
Yeah, I mean, look, they even admit that this one is worse than the one they had in 2025. But y'all, it hit in the same exact place. Yeah, I felt bad for Bambi out there, They sure didn't know what hit them. And it looked like it was about 4 of them floating out there. Maybe they made it. I mean, it doesn't mean they didn't make it. But y'all, yeah, this place is under some serious judgment. I was telling y'all a week ago it was flooded where I was. And it just seems like, and then I showed you where the Ozarks, that was flooded, the white community. And now you see Texas is going through it. Ooh, that looks horrible where they are. So yeah, the weather has definitely intensified in 2026. It's no doubt about it. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Texas, that's some judgment right there. And y'all, be safe. Be safe. I can't believe how turbulent things are. So tomorrow morning at 11:45, I have some more Iran, where the Trump administration and the military took out bridges, and they did hit a power plant in Iran, and they're in the dark. But I tell you what, Iran came back with a fierce today. I was looking at what was going on a little earlier. They were hitting the hell out of U.S. bases over there. So it's nasty now. And, you know, if you watch the war on live, it has definitely stepped up a notch. It's what was happening before was mild compared to what's happening now. It's a lot more fierce. So, y'all have a wonderful, wonderful Shabbat. And I will see you on my next live. Shabbat Shalom.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil.
Yeah, my thoughts are, you know what? Judgment has arrived for Mzungus, right? With climate change. And you notice too, climate change, you don't see climate change impacting FBAs because most FBAs don't live in like rural areas where Mzungus live. And Mzungu politicians are responsible and always have been responsible for climate change. And my message to Mzungus, and I'm sure they're listening, they're watching, do not ask FBAs to come save you guys because FBAs don't control um, petrochemical plants or other like other energy industries. The only people that Mzungu's got to blame is their own people, especially their own politicians.
Yep.
And I'm sure because I'm sure Jesse, you pretty much volunteered in the past for Sierra. What is it? Can't remember the name. The Sierra Club or some organization. And I'm sure you noticed most groups who are focused on climate change pretty much ignored FBAs.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only way I think it's going to work, Mzungus, if you really want the FBAs to be serious about climate change, you got to pay reparations first.
Right.
Or climate reparations. And I know for Mzungu it's too much that I am asking them to do or demand to do, but it's really not that much. But
At very least in the environmental racism.
right, exactly, environmentalism, right? It's like Lady J say, even like environmental racism for Mzungus, they say, oh, that's too much work, that's too much fighting. Well, Mzungus, you guys started in the first place. So yeah, it's gonna be a big battle. I mean, if they did not leave this problem if they had not left this problem ignored for several decades and counting, then we would not be in this mess, in this huge mess in the first place.
Population control. You know, they've been killing Black people for a long time with their environmental racism. These data centers are like just the newest version of it all. So, you know, as far as the climate, yes, it's of course we owe reparations for that alone because the way they put poisonous things in our communities, they wipe us out with before drugs, for bombs and everything. They're trying to wipe us out with fucking pollution, like putting us in. Like here we have a community right next to whole fucking factory, like warehouse factories or whatever. What's that called, Jesse, over there, I-70? With the factories with the arena. No, them are a little section called it with that.
Industrial.
Industrial, yes. Thank you. They put a whole community there and poisoned the whole ground. And then they build on the ground saying it's safe. But it's not really safe. They don't care what the community thinks. They're putting up a fucking data center in the same area. And they don't care.
They don't care. It's very
Elon Musk's data center is killing Black people, literally giving them heart disease, breathing problems, brain damage, lung issues. Like actual Black people, actually elder Black people, are getting illnesses they never would have gotten before if they never put the data center there.
In the first place,
getting illnesses that you would get if you smoked 100,000 cigarettes over your lifetime. Brain damage, losing their hearing, their hearts are stopping because the sound waves are intense. And
Mm-hmm.
what's happening? Nobody cares because on the backside, there's incentives to have these data centers. They don't care about the community. They just put them up in the middle of the night and just start running generators and whatever it is, and taking water, ciphering clean water and giving
Mm-hmm.
the residents what is it, poisoned water.
Mhm.
You know, so they got their hair falling out, then they're dying miscellaneously or have asthma, you know, things like that. Things that black people really wouldn't get unless they were in an area that's caused that. Like when Jesse was living on at the other place, it was right next to a 5G tower.
Mm-hmm.
And the 5G towers were giving everybody kind of like headaches.
Right. And I gotta tell you, this is Uncle Phil's favorite place to build data centers. Why? Because Phil's guy's looking for financial opportunities.
I'm not cooking it right now.
Oh, Jesse and Lady said, I said, Uncle, this is Uncle Phil's favorite spot is data centers.
He said that's his favorite type of spots.
I mean, I know Phil said that, brothers and sisters, look at data centers as financial opportunities for those who want to be plumbers, electricians. So Phil Scott sees data centers as creating jobs.
It's only temporary.
It's temporary. They go up
There's
so
no
fast.
job security in this.
There's no job security. There's no permanency in it. They
Right.
just put them up. You know,
Yeah.
that data, and even so, that's a bad thing to promote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Because you know
with
your right, you know your Uncle Phil, he's about making, maximizing profits as much as possible.
Yeah, he's a businessman. He's a capitalist.
Right.
Yes.
But that's if he did his research, he wouldn't want to promote that.
Right.
Right. Right. I'm sure he wouldn't want to promote it, but I guess he's looking at trying to make sure brothers and sisters have a bag by
There's no,
building the data center.
there's no benefit. There's no
Them
money
data
there.
centers are all bad news.
Yeah, bad news. Yeah, try to explain that to your Uncle Phil, because he's about looking at the financial perspectives.
He's not gonna see the bottom line. He'll only see it if it affects him personally.
Right.
Right.
But Jesse's gonna move on with the other topics. I see my medicine. So I'll talk to you tomorrow. Michael.
Yeah.
I heard
You
her.
okay, Lady Che?
Yeah, no, I'm tired. I'm just tired.
Oh yeah, I'm tired too. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What time is it? 5:22.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yeah. Definitely going to head to bed. Yeah. But
Yeah. Well, thank you for staying up late with us, Michael.
hey, anytime, Jesse. Lady Che, I'm sorry I kind of sounded like Bruce Willis, restricting the FBAs from traveling to Asia, Europe, and Latin America for safety and to avoid racism as much as possible.
Mm.
And also, Philip Scott knows the FBA in South Africa. So, what do you say to that? Phil Scott knows an FBA brother and sister who live in South Africa.
Shit, they can live there. They can live there, but there's no benefit for.
I'm saying like to travel there, for safety. You know what I mean?
I'm not I could dig it. I got best friends in South Africa.
Yeah, he says it like there's no racism there.
He acts like it's totally safe there, but just keep in mind we're tourists, and they right now are doing like a purge of that. So
Mhm.
they let them do what they're gonna do until things are calmer, much more calmer.
Yeah, the March and March.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Then we gotta respect the country. They're kicking out Africans from other states, right? So other
Right.
parts of Africa. So we need to respect them. Let them get their things back in order. That's why everybody's doing it. The delineation, all this stuff, kicking everybody out, is for us to get our things in order
Mm-hmm.
all over the globe.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not Pan Africanism. It just
Mm-mm.
means everybody needs to take time to deal with their own shit.
Right. I definitely understand it, definitely respect it, right? And like I said, you take no issues from me at all because my goal is to definitely accelerate the trend for, accelerate the delineation trend.
Mm-hmm.
And then my job will be done.
All
I
right,
mean, once you guys get Linux based, cash paying reparations and other tangibles.
Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime.
We appreciate you, Michael.
Yeah, and also remember, once you guys get reparations, you guys won't remember me anymore. Trust me, because you guys would.
No, we'll
No,
definitely.
no, trust me. Please hear me out. Because think about it. I'm saving you guys from a lot of troubles, from a lot of issues from other groups of people, and you guys definitely need, time. With, with your brothers and sisters to laugh.
We
You know,
always remember the motherfuckers that helped us get through whatever situation
Mhm.
we was in. The abolitionists started from abolitionists
Mhm.
to other serious allies that really put themselves on the line. It lost a lot to assist us in certain things. There wasn't many. There was a good handful, but it was the right amount of handful.
Mhm.
And they never like those people, those allies and abolitionists are always talked about because they were able to assist us in a fucking crucial time. Like, well, it was a good abolitionist.
right.
Then
I'm
we
just
talked
embracing, Philip Scott's message when he said
John Brown.
indefinite separation.
Mhm.
we're gonna play the next topic. We'll touch it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, so New York City's on underwater, at least it was.
Yeah.
Floods, more floods, cars stranded.
Yeah.
So in Queens.
Yeah. So I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, have a good
I
night.
will. You too. And you guys stay safe there.
You as well.
All right. Thank you.
Shot from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone. Hope you're doing well. Boy, there have been probably more floods than I think I've seen in my lifetime in 2026. It is definitely something different about this year between the, recent heat waves to all of the flooding, the tornadoes. It has really been a different year. And at 3:45, I have a live with people that have gone through, blackouts during right in the middle of a heat wave. And the power is not coming right back on, y'all. Sometimes the power will go out on a Saturday and it does not come back on until Wednesday. That's what these folks have been sitting in. And it's happening more frequently out in the Midwest. Some people are reporting 2 and 3 blackouts in one day. So it is getting bad. Now, there are many that are blaming data centers taking up so much power that when people turn on their AC, it knocks out the power. So we'll see that. But we're going to talk about the flash flood that hit Queens in New York. And y'all, it was bad. This happened about 1 day ago, and it was bad. Now, people are saying clogged drains and everything, but, that's up to the city to stay on top of that kind of stuff. But once the water get up in there, it does not drain right away. And it's a lot of people that have lost virtually all kinds of items in their homes because of the flood. So we're going to get into that. And I mean, these flash floods are now becoming a common thing in America, where you can get now, like I told y'all, in my state about a week ago, it flooded in my town and 3 inches in 1 hour. 3 inches of rain in 1 hour. So that's what we're seeing, and it's becoming very common all across America. Now, we've been talking about the heat wave in Europe, but America's really been going through it too. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Yeah, Joe, it rained and it poured everywhere today. But as we know, there are certain communities that are hit especially hard. And this is one of them, 153rd Street and Peck Avenue in Flushing. When it rains here, well, it is not just a small problem that people get through. It took the whole day for them to get over this one. The rain is not just an inconvenience in this part of Flushing, it's the enemy. And these are its casualties. Ronald doesn't only need a new bed. He needs a new car battery. A bad rainstorm means his street becomes a lake. His home flooded by dirty water.
In a minute, the water's going up.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so what did you do?
So grab my daughter and go up there on the second floor.
The higher ground for some drivers on the VQE was the roof of their vehicle. They didn't have much time as floodwaters rose rapidly. A fire truck powered through to get to those who were trapped. On the Clearview Expressway in Bayside, the stranded looked on in disbelief as rescuers waded through the flood to help drivers get out of their submerged cars. Back on 153rd Street near Casino Boulevard in Flushing, a disaster relief organization brought cleaning supplies to homeowners like Michael, who are still trying to dry out.
We were trapped down there. As soon as we opened the door, it started flooding right in.
As the water seeped in, he rushed to move his brother's sneaker collection to the countertop, but he couldn't salvage everything.
A lot of it, got damaged. So like his couch, his bed, he had a gaming chair as well as a computer.
Mother Nature once again struck down any hope these homeowners had for a dry summer. They even have a nickname.
The Family Flood Watch Brigade, because as soon as it rains, we're always having to make sure that there is no flooding going on.
The city comes and they clear out the drain? No, they don't. We cleaning the drain. So what would you like to see the city do just to help you guys? Fix everything here.
The city's Department of Environmental Protection has actually put a small white sign on that stop sign behind us, and they call that a flood sensor. At least that's what the sign alerts the community of. And that sensor is able to track flooding in this neighborhood and provide helpful data to the city in order to better understand the problem. Homeowners say it's a decades-old problem, but it has gotten a lot worse in recent years with the type of rain we've been getting. We're live in Flushing. Anthony Curlow, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
These storms hit Queens especially hard. Parts of the Whitestone and Clearview expressways look more like flowing streams. The high water left some drivers stranded. Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo is in Woodside. Anthony.
Well, Joe, drivers feel like they worked a job today just trying to get around here in Queens. That fast and furious rain followed by the flooding has left everybody shocked. That's the BQE here behind us. And it was shut down in both directions at Queens Boulevard earlier this afternoon. You can see it is back open now. But if you needed further proof on just how bad it was, take a look at this video. People climbed out of the windows of their vehicles as floodwaters quickly rose and stranded them on the BQE. As one driver waited for help, well, there wasn't much to do but smoke a cigarette while standing on top of a box truck. A couple of guys managed to get out of that truck and clung to the overpass wall as they sidestepped very carefully to get to the first responders who were waiting for them. The dirty floodwaters right beneath. Let's get you to some more video here. This is in Whitestone. Cars drove through several inches of water near the Cross Island Expressway. The traffic kept moving, but it wasn't easy. Even some city buses had to push through the water, which collected very rapidly as that rain came down. And then traffic was at a standstill on the Clearview Expressway as we show you some video in Bayside. You don't see this very often, this kind of standstill at least. Drivers had nowhere else to go but into floodwaters. Some vehicles were partially submerged as rescuers waded through that dirty water to help drivers get out. We talked with some people who had the misfortune of being on the roads today. They are happy they are back on dry land, to say the least.
Actually, right in Bayside, right by the Cross Island exit, the thing was completely flooded. It was you couldn't see the road. Yeah.
And so, how did you react to that? Did you stop driving?
We stopped. We had to go all the way around just to get past that area. Yeah.
So you've spent a lot of time in the car today.
Yeah. We were in the car for maybe 2 hours now.
2 hours. And to make matters worse, that guy tells me that his basement was flooded. So an all-around difficult day for him. What's even more stunning, as quickly as that flooding happened, it dissipated. Again, BQE here at Queens Boulevard had been shut down in both directions earlier this afternoon. As you can see, it is back open. I guess just enough time for people to take a breath and get ready for round two. We're live in Woodside. Anthony Carlo, Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Joe?
Just hours ago, this street looked like this. You can see that white car submerged in water. Some of the neighbors told me the water was almost as high as their hip. The street got really flooded because garbage and leaves were covering drains like this one, and that caused the water to rise. This water pump is currently draining water that flooded a basement. This is video of one of those flooded basements. You can see just how high that water is rising. The person who lives in this house, their basement was completely flooded, and also their garage was flooded, and they're a contractor, and that's where they store all of their tools. It was a huge financial loss for them because every time this kind of flooding happens, they have to rebuy their tools. The water was up to here in the garage and flooded everything that was underneath that shelf. Residents here in Flushing say they have to deal with this kind of flooding all the time, and they get concerned every time it rains.
Yeah, Joe, it rained and it poured everywhere today. But as we know, there are certain communities that are hit especially hard. And this is one of them, 153rd Street and Peck Avenue in Flushing. When it rains here, well, it is not just a small problem that people get through. It took the whole day for them to get over this one. The rain is not just an inconvenience in this part of Flushing, it's the enemy. And these are its casualties. Ronald doesn't only need a new.
He had a gaming chair as well as a computer.
No way. No way. No! Oh no!
Yeah, Queens is a mess. Wow. So, y'all, if you remember about a week ago, it flooded in Philly 3 times in 1 week. I just can't imagine. Boy, these people in the city, they are going through it. For real. Yeah, it's no joke. It absolutely isn't. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A lot of this is because the drains got garbage and all kinds of stuff in it that the city don't bother cleaning. And I bet you if they just went around and cleaned these drains out, even if they have to create jobs just so it would be enough people to go around the city and just clean, I think a lot of this flooding would just be non-existent. But they let things go. See, this is why you keep hearing people say that these folks don't maintain nothing. See, they want to be in charge. They want to be leading everything, but they don't want to maintain nothing. They want other people to maintain it because at the end of the day, they hate manual labor. They hate it. They want other people to do that. That's why slavery exists. These Europeans, they hate manual labor. So that's why it went from slavery to prisoners, all of the hard manual labor, because they sit around calling you lazy and they hate doing manual labor. I tell you what, you better get used to it because y'all sure gonna be doing a lot of it in the future. So y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And I have one more live coming up at 3:45, and this is going to be about all the power outages that are going on in America during a 100 plus degree heat wave. And the power is not coming back on right away. Many of these people are in over 100 degrees and they got to go days without any power before it comes back on. So, yes, America is in dire condition right now. So, y'all, I will see you then. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And also, don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
That was a lot of flooding. Jesus.
Yeah, that is a real world.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 Tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make a perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. We're going to talk about something that has happened for the first time, and I'm sure many other states are going to follow this. I sure hope my state does, because I sure don't want to see any of these data centers in my area. So New York already have data centers, but the governor has decided to block them from constructing anymore. You know, there's been a lot of complaints about the electricity, the water, you know, the things that we all know, and the sounds that these data centers emit, you know, not to mention the artificial light at night. And people had enough. So this governor, I'm sure after having a lot of complaints about these data centers, is now freezing them from constructing anymore. So I believe New York got 163 data centers. And of course, they want to put more up, but as of now, they can't, because the governor has signed the bill and they are blocked. Now, I'm hearing other states, they haven't done it yet, like Maine, Arizona is another one. California, I think, is looking to do the same thing. But so far, New York is the only one that has signed it into law. So hopefully this will set a precedent and they will shut down these data centers. I mean, how many do you need? For real? How many do you really need? And I know I did another live on this about a month ago, and Elon Musk is looking at ways to put them in the sky, to have floating data centers up in the sky. That is overkill. That is just absolutely insanity, and it's just pure greed. You know, and of course, all of these rich people, they don't care what this is going to do to you in the long term as far as your health is concerned. They could care less. It's all about making money, and they don't care how it impacts you. That's the problem. And it is impacting a lot of people, and people are reporting they see changes even in their pets. Like their pets are behaving differently now. So it's no telling what it is. And then I did the story a week ago how the data centers in Wyoming, in Cheyenne, they put some rare deadly bacteria into the water. So at the end of the day, we know these things are not safe, and they're not going to make them safe. You know, I'm sure they're making millions of dollars per data center. That's why they keep constructing them all over the place. And it's the same people, Elon and, you know, Meta and Facebook, you know, it's the same rich people over and over and over. It's not even different ones. It's the same rich ones. So, yes, it's very demonic. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Christopher Jones. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen. But, you know, I'm sure New Yorkers are feeling much better about this. Because, like I said, they got the same complaints that people have all over the country. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, just became the first governor in America to freeze new AI data centers. Today, she signed an executive order that pauses state permitting for new hyperscale data centers for up to a year.
First, we want to be the first to get it right. And what that entails is ensuring that these companies, these huge hyperscalers, will make sure that they cover their own costs for power. Either bring your own power or pay a premium to use the grid, because I already have a shortage of power for the existing businesses and our hardworking New Yorkers who are paying through the nose in utility bills. I can't say they're going to be charged more.
It only hits the biggest facilities, the ones that need 50 megawatts of power or more. During that pause, her environmental agency stops issuing the discretionary permits these projects need, and state regulators write a new set of rules on how much power these facilities can pull from the grid, how much water they use, and who pays for the transmission lines to feed them. New York is the first state in the country to do this. Oakwood doesn't frame this as a climate order or a safety order. It is an affordability order. A single hyperscale data center can pull as much electricity as a small town, and the grid was never built to carry that. Someone has to pay to expand it. New power plants, new transmission lines, upgrades across the whole system. Utilities do not absorb that cost. They spread it across every customer on the grid, which means the monthly electricity bill for an ordinary New Yorker quietly climbs to fund infrastructure for private server farms that they will never step foot in. That is the burden that Hochul is pointing at. The taxpayer ends up subsidizing the AI build out through their utility bill without ever agreeing to it. Her fix is to make the data centers pay their own way, either generate their own power or pay a premium to pull from the grid, so the cost lands on the companies instead of the residents. But the line she drew has a hole in it. In her own interview, Hochul says she does not want to touch the data centers that power university research and hospitals, only the giant commercial AI facilities.
But I want to make sure we came up with a rational number. For example, I don't want to include data centers that support research centers and universities and healthcare organizations. So we came up with a threshold of 50 megawatts as defining the larger ones. Those smaller are not affected.
So the cutoff that they landed on is 50 megawatts of power. Above it, you are paused. Below it, you are fine. The problem is that megawatts measure how big a data center is, not what it is used for. A data center is not built for one job. A single facility can run hospital records, a university research cluster, a startup's app, and an AI training run at the same time inside the same building. The power meter cannot tell them apart, and the research and medical computing she says she wants to protect is exactly the kind of work that actually keeps getting bigger and hungrier for power. The threshold that she set to shield it could be the very thing that blocks it. Here's why this reaches far beyond New York. For 2 years, Washington has treated AI as national security. Build at all cost, improve every data center, or China wins the race. And from a pure economic standpoint, that has looked like the only winning move. But the two countries are racing with opposite weaknesses. America has the best chips on earth and leads the world in raw computing power, but is constrained on electricity. And the grid is the bottleneck. China is the opposite. It has built a massive surplus of cheap power and has energy to spare, but American export controls power is the only input America is actually short on, and one can argue that Hochul just made it scarcer for these companies. The real bottleneck in the AI race, at least on the US side, is power, and power does not get approved inside a data center. It gets approved by politicians who answer to voters holding an electricity bill. New York just showed that the thing most likely to slow America down is not China, but rather the American democracy working as intended. It is Americans deciding they are not willing to pay for it. So here is the question we're sitting with. If staying ahead of China and in turn future prosperity for the country depends on building the very thing that drives up your electricity bill, who should pay for it? The companies racing to win or the people who just want to keep the lights on?
You know, we have some breaking news that came into the newsroom just a few minutes ago regarding data centers, a topic that's very important to so many Americans. You have New York Governor, Democrat Governor Kathy Hochul is set to sign, basically, we're learning, an executive order today imposing the country's very first statewide moratorium on hyperscale data centers for up to a year at this point. The governor says it's so the state can create rules to protect the environment and the energy grid. Some are already pushing back on this, including some people in her own party. We have this right here from Senator John Fetterman saying, you can see it right there, China wins. That's coming from Democrat Senator John Fetterman. What is your reaction to hearing this morning?
Well, Senator Fetterman is right. You know, if the United States backs away, drags our feet on data centers, China wins. Nobody wants that. Look, the green energy mandates, those are what drive up energy costs. New York has expensive electricity, and they produce less electricity today than they did 10 years ago. That's the problem. That's a New York State energy policy problem. It's not a data center problem. With President Trump's ratepayer protection pledge, data center development, that's the way to get your electricity prices down, your job opportunities, and your wages up.
Now, that seems to be kind of like the fault line here. You have some people on one side saying, yes, we have to have these data centers to keep up with China. Then you have folks in many communities worried about their electricity bill going up. What is the Trump administration doing to try to hold some of these companies accountable to make sure they maybe absorb some of these costs? What are you doing?
Look, the Trump administration ratepayer protection pledge, we were implementing it before we even released the pledge, but it's to get the developers of these data centers to bring money up front into communities to invest in the electrical infrastructure, to grow the capacity to produce electricity. And all of them have come with multi-year freezes on electricity prices. They're actually been used as a mechanism to stop the rise in electricity, create just enormous local tax revenues, job opportunities, and higher wages. You visit the communities where a modern data center is being developed today, they are thrilled. Their electricity prices are locked in for 3 or 4 years. The rises are over. New job opportunities are there. Local businesses are booming. Local restaurants and shops and stores are seeing increased activity. Look, done right, of course they can cause problems. If you've got green energy mandates that doesn't allow your state to produce any more electricity, well, a data center development there is not going to work so well. But the problem is those state green energy mandates, it's not the data center development. They're a force to drive prices down.
The bottom line is progress shouldn't arrive with a higher utility bill, deleted water supply, or noise pollution. So we have no choice but to address these challenges created by these massive facilities. That is why today I'll be signing the nation's first ever statewide moratorium on hyperscale data centers. And I said this in my State of the State. If you want to come here, you have to bring your own power or pay a premium to use our grid. This is what I need for the moratorium for. Lay out the framework. You can come, but the community has to welcome you. You have to give substantial benefits. I'm talking about millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to communities and benefits. They're doing it in other parts of the country. A giant data center, that 150 megawatt center, which is what our standard is, anything higher is now under the moratorium. That one size consumes as much power as 50,000 homes.
Big news out of New York. We just became the first state to enact a moratorium on hyperscale data centers starting today. The executive order that the governor signed includes data centers that are bigger than 50 megawatts. So there are still some data centers that we need to fight.
And while this is a huge win, we know that it's only going to be a pause up until a year, and that we have communities across New York State that have data center fights that they're working against. And we need to stop Stamp Data Center near in Tonawanda and Nation in Western New York. You know, we need to stop the series of proposals of data center to the Mohawk Nation. Let's use this as momentum for all the local site fights. What do we need to win?
This is only possible because thousands of working class New Yorkers spoke up. And this is a fight against the tech oligarchy and the data centers they're building. They're polluting both noise, air pollution through their generators, and they're hiking up utility bills statewide. And the voice of New Yorkers was heard both in the legislature in June when the legislation passed, as well as in the moratorium that Governor Hakeem will sign today.
We know that when communities come together and organize and fight, they can win, even up against big tech, even up against the fossil fuel industry. We're seeing that in New York, and the next step is a nationwide moratorium on data centers. So call your member of Congress at the link right here, send them a message, tell them you need them to co-sponsor the national moratorium on data centers so no communities have to face these extractive industries.
Okay. I think what this governor did, I don't particularly care for her, but in this case, I think she did the right thing. But, chances are this is not going to happen everywhere. It might be some other states, like I said, picking up on this. I think it should be stopped. In my state, there are 300 data centers. How many damn more do you need? How many do you need? It is just overkill. And these folks don't care if they just keep building them to the point where they build people out of their houses. They don't care. They don't care. That is the problem with dealing with Gentiles. It's all about them. They don't care who they hurt in the process. They could care less. And now you can see why the Most High want these people taken down. He's the only one that can do it. And, I just pray that we can reclaim everything back that belongs to us and finally get them out of the way. They have been in a way for way too long. And I know we are all worn out. We're tired. And it gets to the point now, even with Donald Trump, when I see him talk, it just turns my stomach. It turns my stomach for real. And I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not. It's been 400 years of staring at the same faces, and they're never going to do right by us. We already know that. Yeah, we are worn out. We are MGE 2020. Yes, we are worn out. How much, you be thinking, okay, I know our people did deserve this punishment. The Heavenly Father would never have done this if our forefathers didn't do the things that they did. So we know why we're here. But we also want to make our right wrong. Make our wrong right and be on that right path so that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Lisa, for Israel, for your super sticker. That's all we need. We just need that light at the end of the tunnel so that we can, I'll take the kingdom over this Gentile world any day. Any day, for real. This is what happens when the world was given into the hands of the wicked, and we never stop feeling the effects of their wickedness. That's the thing. That's the thing. We never stop feeling it. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And also, check out the hair products. Maybe some things you need. So you want to pick that up as well. So y'all have a wonderful afternoon. Be on the lookout for my next live. Shalom, family.
I appreciate y'all tapping in live now. So whatever topics we get to on here, we get to on the next episode. Appreciate Michael for coming through. Shout out to Breeze for coming through. Shout out to anybody that was peeking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineation to Black empowerment. Sharon Kuma signing off from the Mile High Income and Legal Migrant Flooded City. Peace.
You still playing with it. They just knock the crates over. She play with it.